Well, good afternoon, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you on your Sunday afternoon around 5:34 Central, 6:34 on the Eastern time zone, as we are getting our first severe thunderstorm warning of the afternoon for East Alabama. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit on the southern side of our coverage area, but nonetheless an area that we need to be concerned about because it's going to rotate up into East Alabama. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning just south of I-85. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Elmore, western Macon, and northeastern Montgomery counties. At 5:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Waugh, or about 11 miles southwest of Milstead, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Tennis ball-sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust with this particular storm. I'm noticing out of the corner of my right eye people asking if such and such location is safe, if this area is safe, if that area is safe. I can tell you right now that there is no safe area across East Alabama or West Georgia as we head into the overnight hours. We have a new tornado watch that will be released from the Storm Prediction Center probably by the top of the hour. We believe that watch is going to cover all of East Alabama and West Georgia. And we also think that there is at least a decent chance that it's going to be a long night across East Alabama and West Georgia. We're looking at long-form, wall-to-wall coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather, probably for the balance of the night. We went 6 hours this morning. We've been on several times throughout the day. Now with the sun that's been out all day long across the area, we're beginning to see storms redevelop across the area, and we now are getting our first severe thunderstorm warning of the afternoon, and we believe that other storms will start to pop here in the next hour or so and go severe as well. The main threat with this storm down there around I-85 is going to be hail. And you can see very clearly what I'm talking about right there. This is turning into a significant hail threat coming up on Shorter, Alabama. Now, that's a pretty good ways down the road. But if you're in the Auburn-Opelika area and you're traveling toward Montgomery, or if you're in Montgomery and you're going to travel up toward Tallahassee, or Auburn, Opelika, maybe even up to the LaGrange area. Maybe there are folks in Montgomery that are headed to West Point to help with the tornado recovery from this morning. Just understand that we have a pretty significant hailstorm now developing right along I-85 between East Montgomery and Shorter, and this storm is going to continue moving off to the east-northeast. Let's look at a couple of different products while we are zoomed in tight here. I want to look at the velocity. I see no issues there with any rotation. Significant signature there with the hail possibilities. Just a couple of other things I want to look at. Probability of severe hail. Wow, look at that. That's the probability of severe hail. We're looking at a near 100% chance that we have severe hail in this storm, and you see it setting right over I-85. I'll zoom out so you can kind of get a feel for where it's going next. This just developed, so we only have about 3 frames to show you here, but it's moving in this general direction. Probably going to end up in southern Tallapoosa County, maybe a little bit south of Tallahassee, but it's going to end up right along the Tallapoosa County, Elmore County line here in the next 30 minutes or less. It'll go just to it's going to pass over Shorter, right out there at the Shorter exit where the dog track is located. That's where the hail is coming down at its hardest right now. And so we'll bring that current and show you that. Let me go back to, I want to look at the integrated liquid. Wow. That's a pretty significant hailstorm right there. Downdraft potential, it's there also. So it could be pretty windy in this storm with that hail taking place there as well. The computer algorithm is telling us there's a 100% chance of hail. There's a 100% chance that it is severe. And at least the computer algorithm is suggesting 4-inch hail. Now, folks, that's off the scale. That's grapefruit size hail. Now, those hailstones may start that big in the upper levels of the atmosphere, but by the time they get to the ground, we're likely looking at golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Could be some areas with smaller diameter, but most likely we're looking at about golf ball, ping pong ball to golf ball size hail in this storm. And the largest hail would be right in the middle of that white area there where you see a little bit of black. That's where the absolute biggest hail would be taking place, and that's between 126 and I-85. So just on the south side of I-85 there, that's where the largest hail is. Regardless, either way, whether it's ping pong ball sized hail or golf ball sized hail, it's big enough to bust the windshield in your automobile. Here comes the next volume scan. It's right over I-85. So if you're in this area, it's too late. But if you're on either side of this area on I-85, stop. Pull off on the side of the road. Do not drive through this. This will take out your windshield and quite easily could cause you to have an accident. I'll be surprised if we don't have reports of accidents on I-85 right now with this hailstorm sitting right on top of I-85 just to the east of the shorter exit. This is going to be a mile or two east of the dog track down there at Shorter, and it's coming right up I-85. So if you're up here at the Tallahassee exit, the Highway 229 and I-85, there's a gas station right there. It's got an awning, I believe, if I remember correctly. Pull off right there. Or pull off and go north up 29 until you get up to Tallahassee and get away from this storm. Do not go any further south down I-85 into this storm. I'm telling you, that is some serious hail right there that's most likely going to take the windshield out of your automobile. You cannot drive through this type of hail. We're talking ping pong ball to golf ball sized hail. We have seen time and time again this morning. I've seen literally hundreds of pictures of automobiles in hailstorms of this same nature this morning in Chambers County, Alabama, near Camp Hill, where the vehicles were the windows were busted out of the vehicles, the windshields were gone. Vehicles just totally destroyed by hail from storms this morning that were showing the exact same signature as what we're looking at right here on I-85, just a little bit east of the shorter exit between the Tallahassee exit and Montgomery this afternoon. Very dangerous hailstorm taking place right there along I-85. This is going to continue off to the northeast, so if you'll get off up here at the Tallahassee exit or the Franklin exit, and just wait a few minutes, maybe even the Tallahassee exit. I'm sorry, the Tuskegee exit, and come down to Tuskegee and just hang out right there until this thing passes. It won't take long for it to pass. A very strong thunderstorm with very dangerous hail taking place there along I-85. So the National Weather Service office in Birmingham is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Elmore, Macon, and Montgomery County until 6:15 Central. Thunderstorm damage threat is destructive. We have winds at 70 miles per hour indicated in this storm, and hail up to about 3 inches in diameter, which will take it a little bit bigger maybe than baseball. So we're up to baseball-sized hail now. This is coming from the National Weather Service, not the computer algorithm. So this is serious. We're talking baseball-sized hail in this particular storm there along I-85. This is going to damage every vehicle that it touches. So that's why I'm trying to be pretty desperate here with you and warn you not to drive into this storm. If you're northbound 85, get off at the shorter exit. If you are southbound 85, get off at the Tuskegee exit. Do not drive between Shorter and Tuskegee on I-85 until this storm passes. We are looking at Massive damage here with this thunderstorm. We're looking at hailstones the size of baseballs this afternoon. And this is going to continue off to the north. I think it stays south of Tallahassee, but it's going to be pretty close to the Tallapoosa, Elmore County line as it moves on off to the northeast. Kelly's asking a question if this storm's going to make it to Randolph County. No, this particular storm won't make it that far to the north. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for this storm, and it's going to include Tallapoosa County. It's going to include northwestern Lee County up there around Notasulga. Notasulga, you would be in the path of this, and western Lee County. If it continues to the northeast, it'll make it up into southwest Chambers County. I don't think it makes it as far north as Randolph. That would be a long way away. But we'll see. We'll watch this as it moves on off to the northeast. No, this storm won't make it to North Atlanta. There will be other storms later on that probably will, but this particular storm likely will not. Thank you, Connie. I appreciate your kind words. Joseph's asking the question, are you going to get it again over in Troup County? Hey, it's quite possible that we could see more severe storms in Troup County later on. We've had several move through this afternoon. Of course, we had that tornadic storm that may cause so much damage up there in West Point and over toward Pine Mountain this morning. But we certainly could end up with more severe storms in the West Point area before and LaGrange before this is all said and done later on tonight. Again, another long duration event unfolding for East Alabama and West Georgia this evening. I'll put that's the severe thunderstorm watch back on the map just briefly. It is in effect for about another 14 minutes or so. And then we anticipate a new watch. We think it will be a tornado watch. And we believe it's probably going to run from about the I-20 corridor south. So I'm thinking that most of East Alabama and West Georgia will likely be involved in this next watch that will be issued within the next 15 minutes or so for East Alabama and West Georgia, and it's going to be a tornado watch, we believe. The Storm Prediction Center has given us heads up that it will be. As a matter of fact, I just got notification that the new watch is being generated now. So it has not been published. They're in the process of publishing it now. So I should have that for you here in just a few moments. But the storm of the hour and the concern that we've got right now, we've got a line of heavy rain that's about to move up into the Auburn-Opelika area. Beauregard, you're about to get it. But the dangerous part of this storm is down here along I-85, where we have just got some really strong hail taking place down here. The area maybe doesn't look quite as significant as it did a few moments ago, but we still have some significant hail taking place down here. But it looks like the size of the hail has come down, maybe now to about ping pong ball sized. So maybe not the softball or baseball size hail that we were seeing a few moments ago. And now it appears that most of the hail is north of 85. So if you pulled off of I-85, is still raining real heavy and is still probably dangerous to be driving, but the hail threat has now moved north of I-85 there between Tallahassee and the shorter exit on 85. So from a hail perspective, it's safe to travel there again. All right, so here comes the new tornado watch. It has been issued. It has not populated just yet. When they send us the heads up that the warning's in the pipe, it normally takes about 30 to 45 seconds for it to actually populate so we can see the verbiage on it. But we do have a new watch coming. Looks like the old watch is dropped off. Let's see. Nope, not quite yet. Yes, Roanoke is under a tornado watch. Randolph County is covered under the tornado watch, and it will appear on the screen here in just a few moments. It looks like it's trying to come through now. There we go. All right, we have got it will take just a few minutes for the severe thunderstorm watch to fall off. But there is the new tornado watch. Am I good or what? This thing goes all the way up to the I-20 corridor, almost to Gadsden. So basically from Birmingham all the way to Andalusia, now covered under a tornado watch in the state of Alabama. They have not pulled the trigger on Georgia just yet, but I think that's probably coming. So this includes all of our East Alabama counties now covered under a tornado watch. This would include Cleburne, Calhoun, Randolph, Clay, Talladega, Chilton, Coosa, Talladega, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Elmore, and Lee in Alabama now under a tornado watch. Let's see. This watch is going to be in effect until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. As you can see, it covers a large chunk of north, central, and south Alabama. It stretches all the way back into Mississippi. As a matter of fact, it goes all the way to Houston, Texas. This tornado watch that we have in effect. Well, we have tornado watches from the Alabama-Georgia state line all the way to Houston, Texas. So this is going to be a long event tonight, and we're going to be here with you for the duration. Now, we may take breaks from time to time, but now that we have a watch in place, we will leave our feed up continuously until we are completely done with all of this. Yes, Cleburne County is under a tornado watch. All of East Alabama under a tornado watch now until 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. I encourage you to share. If you're on Facebook, I encourage you to share Dr. Don's Facebook with all of your friends and your family. If you cannot share it with them, give them a text, share the link with them via text, or call them. Ask them to tune in to Dr. Don's Weather. We will be here for the entire event, however long that takes. And if you're on YouTube, we invite you to share our YouTube feed. You can copy the link and share our YouTube feed with your friends and family as well. And even if you're just on Facebook, I highly encourage you to go to our YouTube feed and click on the subscribe button, and also click that little bell so the notifications will come to you. You have to understand, Facebook does not send out notifications in a timely manner, and that's critical when we're talking about severe weather. So Facebook's set up a little differently from YouTube. YouTube sends what's called a push notification the minute a person that you subscribe to goes live. So you're guaranteed to get that notification. You got to use YouTube for the notification. You can watch us on Facebook. That's perfectly fine. But you need to use YouTube. The best idea is to use YouTube for both, but if you want to stay on Facebook for whatever reason, that's fine. But set up and follow us over on YouTube so you'll get that notification when we go live. So, brand new tornado watch in effect now for East Alabama until 1 a.m. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this storm coming out of Macon County up into Tallapoosa County, places like Tallahassee, Reeltown. It also catches the western corner of Lee County. For you folks down here in the Auburn-Opelika area, you got a storm moving in right now, but that's not the severe part of the storm. It's still back down here, about to cross up into Tallapoosa County, just south of Tallahassee. And the two reasons they're warning for this storm is 70-mile-per-hour winds and some pretty strong hail there. 2¼ inch sized hail is what the computer's given us. That's somewhere around tennis ball. It's between golf ball and tennis ball sized hail. Where you see the whites and the dark colors is where the heaviest hail is taking place as that moves on off to the northeast. Just looking at West Georgia, we've got some storms over there in Meriwether. Now, just to the east of the Wild Animal Safari Park that sustained damage this morning at Pine Mountain. And then on over into Meriwether County. For the most part, Troup County looks good for now. Most all of East Alabama looks good for now, with the exception of southern Tallapoosa County and western Lee County, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. I want to zoom out and you look at the overall picture. I mean, we just got scattered storms all back into the Montgomery area, back over toward Demopolis and Selma. Severe thunderstorm warnings now. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings over southwest and west Alabama along the I-20 corridor. Some really, really big thunderstorms back in Mississippi, areas that don't need it. And as I zoom out further, you can't see the reflection because we're looking at this on the Birmingham radar. But I want you to look at all the different warnings over there. Let me just switch to the composite right quick, and that'll give you a better look at this. We put on the composite, and you can see all of these storms basically stretching from Macon, Georgia, all the way back to the Texas-Louisiana border. That's why we're going to be here all night long. It's going to take that long to get all of this stuff out of here. The hope is that these storms might start calming down after we lose the heating of the day. But the Weather Service doesn't really think that's going to happen. As we look at this stuff over in Mississippi, really big thunderstorms over there. The good news is I don't see any tornado warnings. They're all severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. But the next hour and a half will really tell the story on whether these storms are going to turn tornadic or not. And we'll go back to let's take the WSB3. And there we go. And I want to try one other thing right quick. This is a new product that we are looking at using more and more often. This is our Radar Omega, and this gives us an opportunity. Well, let's don't go in that close. Bear with me. I'm still learning how to use this. This gives us the opportunity to do a 3D view of these storms moving into East Alabama. Here's the storm that's going into the Tallahassee area. Let me move this over a little bit where you can see it a little better. This is the storm going up into the Tallahassee area. We can just spin this joker around. Look at that, would you? Pretty good stuff. Now we're up here around Ashland, Alabama, looking back into the storm. So we can see it from the north side. We can come around over here to Wedowee, Alabama, and look back into the storm. We can see what it looks like as it's moving to the north and northeast. Then we're over here around LaGrange looking back into it. Then we'll spin back around to the southern side. So what this is showing us is showing us the height of the storm, and you see that that peak right there where we're looking at purple. That's telling us that this storm is reaching 40,000 feet. So that is pretty significant right there. And that's where the hail's falling. What's happening is this cloud is so tall that it's got that liquid up there in the upper levels of the atmosphere, 25, 30, 40,000 feet where airplanes fly. And it's, below zero up there, that high in the atmosphere. And so that liquid is freezing, and that's where the hail is forming, and then it's falling back to the ground. So any of these thunderstorms that get into that purple-looking color is going to be there's going to be hail being produced with these storms. So that's the characteristic that we're going to be looking at as we go throughout the remainder of the evening. We're going to be looking for the colors here, and that purple just got a little bit stronger as this storm moved a little bit further to the northeast. And we'll go back and look at it from the top. We'll get right on top of it, and you can see that purple right there. That's your hail that's falling from this storm. Cool stuff right there, huh? All right, back to the WSV3, the Southern Union State Community College Live Doppler HD radar. And we're going to put this in motion so you can kind of get a general idea for the direction that this storm is moving. There's a lot of information on the screen, and I apologize for that, but we got a lot going on. So heads up, Tallahassee, Alabama. My goodness, stop it right there. Let's go in a little bit tighter. Look at this. This storm has ramped back up, and we're looking at some more significant hail within this storm about to move into the Tallahassee area. Probably tennis to baseball-sized hail. About to move right over downtown Tallahassee. So if you're in downtown Tallahassee, you need to get your car to a safe place. Best idea is to go north. Go up Highway 14. Go back up to the west, or go north on 14 and try to get away from this thing. You won't have to go far because it's moving to the northeast. But if you're in the downtown Tallahassee area, you've got some significant hail headed your way. That certainly has the capability of damaging your automobile as it moves up into the Tallahassee area. If I'm not talking about your particular town, then you have nothing to worry about. That's how this works, folks. We focus on the most severe and significant weather, and if there's anything happening in your community that is life-threatening, I will be talking about it. Right now, Tallahassee is under the gun with this very heavy hail that's moving up into the Tallahassee area, and we have nothing severe anywhere else. We do have a strong thunderstorm in Lee County in the Auburn-Opelika area, but it is not severe. The portion of Lee County that is being warned for is not that storm that's over Auburn and Opelika. It's the storm down here south of Tallahassee. It is moving to the northeast, so it's going to eventually, on this track, probably end up in western Lee County, Waverly, Camp Hill. Heads up. You got hammered this morning by a heavy hail-producing thunderstorm, and you've got another one to your southwest that may make it that far. So a lot of questions in the chat room here about Auburn, Opelika, and yes, it is raining very heavily there. And you may have some small hail taking place in the Auburn, Opelika area. Algorithm tells us there's a 60% chance of hail, about 3/4 an inch in diameter, which is dime to penny-sized hail. And that is not significant at the moment. So we're paying attention to this storm coming up into Tallahassee, Alabama. This is by far the worst storm we have out there this evening, and we have maybe some golf ball to tennis ball sized hail just south of Tallahassee. moving to the northeast, especially you folks right there along Highway 14. And especially over on the eastern side of Tallahassee, on the eastern side of the river, out there on 14 is where this heavy rain or hail shaft is going to move here in just a few moments. We will turn on some things here and see if I can give you some roads. Powers Avenue, Oak Heights Road, South Tallahassee Drive. Of course, that's Highway 14. Let's see here. County Road 4. Cedar Circle. If you're on these roads, you've got hail moving directly over you. In just a few moments, South Wesson Street. Langley Street. This is on the east side of Tallahassee. And eventually we're, South Wesson Street. Harper Street. If I just called out the name of your road that you live on, you've got some pretty heavy hail moving into your area that could cause considerable damage. Christy, there's a good chance some of this weather will make it to Randolph County. I don't know that this particular thunderstorm does. It's possible, but you are now under a tornado watch that goes through 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So there is a good chance we will see more, at least see a threat of severe weather up in Randolph County as we head into the overnight areas, into the overnight across that area. Again, looking at the latest volume scan here, this is from downtown Tallahassee over to the eastern side of Tallahassee. We're getting indications of some hail about tennis ball size. Tennis ball size to baseball sized hail here in downtown Tallahassee. I'm not encouraging anybody to go outside and take photographs of this, but if you do catch photographs of the hail in Tallahassee, please post them on Dr. Don's Weather, or you can send them to me via Messenger. And I would love to see those photographs and post them. Maybe the hail's not quite as strong as it was just a few moments ago. And I apologize if there are a few pauses in there. We're checking multiple different sources here to see if we have any information on this hail in Tallahassee. Again, I'm not advocating you go out in this stuff, but if you have photographs of the hail in Tallahassee, if you can send them to me on Messenger, or if you post them online, just be sure you tag Dr. Don's Weather. I don't see anything just yet. Of course, it's just now clearing that area, so it may take a minute for folks to start posting photographs. All right, so the hail has moved north of Tallahassee now, and basically is headed toward Reeltown. So if you're up there on 49, going up toward Reeltown, or 120 coming south out of Reeltown, back over toward 14, that hail course coming directly at you. The indication here is not quite as strong as what we were seeing earlier, but there's still significant hail in this storm. Good information, Patricia. Everybody needs to make sure they have a NOAA weather radio. Thank you, Kimberly. We appreciate your kind words. Switch back over to our radar Omega and look at this again. And you can see where the hail is being produced in these storms. There's a purple peak there. There's a purple peak in the middle, and then you have those two twin peaks off to the left side of this storm. So where you see the purple is where the hail is taking place. We come back on top of the storm and gives you a better look at exactly where the storm is. And near Reeltown over here on the left, and then in western Lee County over here on the right. And this is going to continue moving to the northeast. You can see the direction there. If this makes it up into the Lynette Valley area, it would be there around 6:51. So heads up, Lynette, West Point Valley. If this storm holds together, it'll be in your area around 6:51 p.m. We're talking about the Camp Hill, Waverly, Dadeville area around 6:41 p.m. The storm should be just south of Pine Mountain by about 7:51 Eastern. And we'll load this up and let this loop a time or two, and you can kind of get a better feel for the direction that we're moving in. Again, expected arrival up in the Lynette Valley, West Point area around 6:51 Central or 7:51 Eastern on this storm. Just a little new technology that we are starting to utilize to help us especially pinpoint where hail is taking place. It's really beneficial with the hail. We'll go back to the 2D look, and again, you can see we've got an updated time here. We're looking at 6:51 in Lynette. That's Central Time. 6:56 Central, 7:56 Eastern. Along the 280 corridor between Dadeville, Camp Hill, and Waverly, around 6:36 p.m. That is in Central Time. Back out so you can get kind of an overall look at what's taking place. There's that new tornado watch that covers a good chunk of Alabama, from Gadsden, Alabama, all the way to Eufaula, just north of Ozark, down to just north of Mobile, and then back up to around Tuscaloosa. That watch is in effect until 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. And you can see all of these different individual thunderstorms that's developing over here in southwest Alabama and moving off to the northeast. And even back in Mississippi also. Back to our WSV3 radar, still showing up pretty good right there around Reeltown. They had a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. This warning is in effect until 6:45, so we have 30 more minutes on this warning. And it is for northwestern Lee, north central Macon, and southern Tallapoosa. I can tell you Macon is pretty much out of it now. As far as the severe part, really right now, the only severe part of this storm we have is in southern Tallapoosa County, right there around Reeltown. Even over here in western Lee County, you've got heavy rain. But they're warning because they think this hail shaft may end up clipping the extreme northwest corner of Lee County as it moves off to the northeast. Beginning to see some hail over here now just north of the Auburn-Opelika area. So a second severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County may be coming. That's some pretty significant hail there just to the west of Roanoke Junction. Just north and east of Opelika. I'm sorry, just north and west of Opelika, just north and east of downtown Auburn. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see a new warning for Lee County, and there it is. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued by the National Weather Service out of Birmingham. Severe thunderstorm warning now for northern Lee County in east central Alabama and southeastern Chambers County in east central Alabama until 7 p.m. At 6:16 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Oak Bowery to near Beulah, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. The hazard with this storm is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. We have noticed that the hail has been fluctuating in size this afternoon. They grow really large, and then it slacks off a little bit, and then the storms can rebuild, and we can get heavy hail again. But you can expect hail damage to vehicles in the path of this storm. So again, a new severe thunderstorm warning now for northern Lee and southern Chambers County. I'll zoom out and see the polygon there. I'm going to take the tornado watch off. That makes it a little easier to see. We know that all of East Alabama is under a tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning, and I think West Georgia will be added to this tornado watch, and that could happen at pretty much any time. But we have 3 areas of hail of great concern right now. We'll start over here on the right. We'll work our way back west. We have hail right there along the Chattahoochee River, just west of 219. And that's going to be in Harris County. And we have some smaller pockets of very heavy hail within this storm, and 30 lightning strikes here just in the last 2 to 3 minutes in this particular cell. Now that's going to be it's going to be west of I-185 off of 315. This is back over toward the lake and the Chattahoochee River right there on the Alabama-Georgia state line. Then as we move off over to the west, near Roanoke Junction, or a little bit north of Roanoke Junction, this is in Lee County, just north of Opelika and just north and east of downtown Auburn, we have a hail core there, right there along 431. And that is going to be causing some problems there. We're talking hail large enough to cause damage to your automobile, so you don't need to be driving in any of this stuff. And this particular cell is going to run to the northeast, pretty much parallel to I-85. So heads up, you folks up here in Casita, Hughley, Shawmut, Valley, Lynette, West Point. Here comes another storm coming up I-85, moving in your general direction. Then we'll come back over here to the Tallapoosa County storm. And this is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now for Troup County. We're very quickly, they're just north of Reeltown, very heavy hail core up Highway 49 just north of Reeltown there in southern Tallapoosa County. Now let's go back over here and take a look at this warning for southern Troup. This is going to be really for both of these cells that are down here right now. The one that's down in Harris County and the one that's in northern Lee. These are twin cells, and they're both going to be moving to the northeast. So that one to the right will be more likely to affect the I-185 corridor up there around Pine Mountain, and the one to the left would be more of a concern for the Lynette Valley and West Point areas. We'll see if this fills in between these two cells. Oftentimes we'll see these storms merge and become one big cell as it moves off to the north. No tornado worries at the moment, but certainly have damaging straight line wind and some hail here. We may be looking at quarter to half dollar sized hail in either of these cells that are moving up to the north toward Lynette and West Point. So currently we have southern Troup County, central and western and northern Harris County, southeastern Chambers, northern Lee, and southern Tallapoosa, western Lee, and northern Macon County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings for East Alabama and West Georgia. Tornado watch in effect for East Alabama through about 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we're going to pretty much focus on this area here, moving up out of Lee County and Tallapoosa County, because it's moving in the general direction of the tornado-ravaged areas of southern Troup County. So help us get the word out to all the folks that are up there working, trying to clean up, and if there's any search and rescue still underway. I know that Troup County SO, Troup County Emergency Management, Georgia Emergency Management is on scene up there. All good folks. They're working this. They're very much aware of what's going on to the south. But I would highly suggest, if you're up there in the tornado-ravaged areas of southern Troup, even northern Harris County, you go ahead and start looking and make sure that you have a place to protect yourself from this incoming storm. Looks like hail and damaging straight-line winds are going to be the two main threats from this thunderstorm. Okay, I was just checking a couple of bits of data. At the moment, the the largest hail we have on the radar screen is going to be this stuff over here in Tallapoosa County. Just to the northeast of Notasulga, we have hail. At least the radar thinks we have hail at 2.5 inches. That's going to be tennis ball-sized hail. That'll cause a lot of damage to an automobile. That's going to be just east of 49 now, just north of Reeltown, moving to the northeast. So up here to Highway 50, where 50 runs across Tallapoosa County, basically from the intersection of 50 and 49 east along Highway 50. You got some pretty heavy hail stones there to the south of you, about to move over Highway 50. May barely clip extreme northwest Lee, but I think for the most part it stays in Tallapoosa County as it moves up to the north. So heads up. I know you guys up here are sick and tired of hearing me say this, but heads up Dadeville, heads up Camp Hill, heads up Waverly. Those three locations need to be prepared. If you have a place to put your automobile to protect it, now's the time to do it. Put a blanket, a quilt. You can grab anything off of your bed. Even a sheet would protect, give you more protection than nothing at all. Pieces of cardboard. Put cardboard on your windshield. Your windshield wipers can hold it in place. Again, that's better than not having anything on there at all. Blanket. Cover a tarpaulin if you've got a tarp. Again, I know it's real thin, but that's still better than not having anything at all on it. To help protect your automobile. Best idea is to get it in the carport or under a garage if you have one. Most of us don't. Our vehicles are out in the weather. But if you can grab something to cover up that automobile, it's better than not doing anything at all. If you're in Dadeville, anywhere along 280, from Dadeville to Camp Hill to Waverly, you got time to do that, but you need to do it right now. And then back over here in Lee County, we have two distinct areas of hail, though it does not look nearly as significant as what we're looking at there just north of Reeltown in Tallapoosa County. We do have some 1 3/4 hail, which is golf ball. That's big enough to cause damage. Over here in northern Lee County, moving up into southern Chambers, running right up I-85, just south of Casita. And then we have another area from I-185 in Harris County back over to the Alabama-Georgia state line. And this is going to be along Highway 219 and I-185. Lower Blue Springs Road. This is off of I-185. Apologize about that. My mouse is not wanting to cooperate very well. Old Black Snake Road. This is down in the southern portions of Harris County. State Route 116. This is just south of you. State Route 103. This is just south of you, moving north and northeast. Hawkins Road. I'm just picking out some locations there in Harris County where we're seeing the hail. But that gives you a general idea. Basically just to the south side of State Route 103 and State Route 116 to the north. 116, of course, goes over to Hamilton. And this hail core is going to lift up to the north and very quickly will be crossing over State Route 116 and 103 there in Harris County. Let's go back over to our Southern Chambers County storm. I'll give you a couple of roads here. This is Chambers County Road 290. Chambers County Road 389. And then up here on Chambers County Road 83 that runs up to Casita. There on the south end of Casita, this hail core is probably going to move right over you. Yeah, we've got a little hail down here right in the extreme southeastern corner, but that doesn't really look that significant. We'll give you a marker anyway. County Road 177. If you're in Lynette looking back to the west or southwest, it looks ominous. You got sunshine hitting that storm. That cloud looks really bad. Let me remind you again, folks, if I'm not talking about your particular area, then you have nothing to worry about. When we get in severe weather mode like this, we have to pay attention to the areas that have the life-threatening weather. And if I'm not talking about your neighborhood or your street or your town, then there's nothing for you to worry about at the moment. If you're up here in Lynette, West Point Valley, you're looking back to the west, real dark cloud there back to the west. And you are under a severe thunderstorm warning up there in Chambers County. The warning is primarily for these hail shafts down here in the southern part of the county. That are going to continue to move right up I-85. No tornado warnings. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. We have no tornadoes at the moment. We do have a tornado watch in effect for all of East Alabama through 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, but no tornado warnings currently. We go back to the Tallapoosa County storm. Tallapoosa County Road 15. Hayes Mill Road, County Road 15, of course, Highway 50, you're all in the path of this storm there in Tallapoosa County. Next up for Tallapoosa County is going to be Camp Hill. Camp Hill, you're going to be right in the bullseye. You've all seen the photographs that came out of Camp Hill this morning. Multiple vehicles were destroyed this morning from very, very strong hail. That moved through this morning. That same storm is the cell that spawned the tornado over at West Point. We had some baseball-sized hail, or maybe even larger, in Camp Hill this morning, and along Highway 50 up to just southwest of Lafayette. And you got more hail headed your way. Now, I don't think it's quite as large as what you saw this morning, but it's big enough to cause damage. So you need to make sure you folks up here on 280 from Dadeville all the way down to Camp Hill and Waverly. You need to protect your automobiles if possible. You don't need to drive down Highway 50. You don't need to be on Highway 280 either. We have viewers who are in Hughley. Jimmy Scroggins. Hey, Jimmy, good to see you, buddy. He's up here in Hughley. And, Jimmy, this is coming directly toward you. So here's Hughley. Here's your hail core. It's running right up I-85. So that you're in direct path of this hail. The good news I've got for you, Jimmy, is that at the moment we're looking at half-dollar sized hail. We're not talking baseball sized hail at the moment. You got to watch those white areas right there. If those little bitty white spots end up with some black in the middle of them, then would be knocking on baseball-sized hail. So we'll see how that continues to develop as it moves toward you up here, Jimmy, in Hughley, Alabama. Valley, you're probably going to get some of this as it moves northeast as well. So at the moment, heads up for Hughley, Lynette, West Point, Valley, Shawmut, as this storm moves to the northeast. Especially you folks up here in the tornado-ravaged areas of West Point, up here on 29, you folks who are up here recovering from that tornado that came through there this morning. Very heavy rain back off to your southwest. Severe thunderstorm warning is covering your area there in southern Troup County. So you want to be indoors now. This is getting close enough to you to where you could be struck by lightning. We've had 76 lightning strikes now in the last 2 to 3 minutes between these cells that are coming to the north. So you don't want to be outdoors up here anywhere in southern Troup County from Pine Mountain all the way back to West Point. You folks that are helping clean up over here at Pine Mountain, the damaged areas around the Wild Animal Safari Park, you've got a couple of significant cells to your southwest that are moving in your direction as well. So from Pine Mountain all the way back to West Point, you need to go ahead and go indoors to protect yourself from the weather that's moving into the area. Now 86 strikes in the last 2 to 3 minutes across southeastern Chambers, northern Harris, about to move up there into southern Troup County. Okay, well, the algorithm is showing us 1.25 inches on the storm there near Hamilton and 1.5 inches on the storm near Casita. So we're talking anywhere from $half to golf ball sized hail. That's big hail. It's not the baseball and grapefruit size hail we saw earlier this morning, but it is certainly big enough to cause damage. You don't want to be in the path. You don't want to be outdoors in the path of these storms moving up I-85 in Chambers and moving up into northern Harris County, about to move into southern Troup County. Then we go back over here toward Tallapoosa. They're just west of Waverly, and this hail's a little bit larger. That hail over there, the algorithm is telling us baseball-size hail in this storm that is in southern Tallapoosa County, about to cross over 280 near Camp Hill. So at least the computer's telling us that this hail in Tallapoosa County is a little bit bigger, and we have more of a significant area of it as well, right up Highway 50 headed toward Camp Hill. You don't want to be outdoors in your automobile. You don't want to be outdoors at all anywhere from south of Camp Hill through Camp Hill and on up there to the north, as we have yet another hail storm, a strong hail storm headed for the Camp Hill area. Dadeville, this storm may slip just to your east. Camp Hill, you're definitely in the path. In Waverly, you're going to get some of it. It's already raining hard there in Waverly, but I think the hail core may pass a little bit to your west. I'm going to zoom back out, and we are going, let me go wide just for a second to see what's downstream. We have another heavy storm moving through Montgomery that's going to come right up along I-85. We have a tornado warning storm now down in southwest Alabama. Let's give it a little attention here for just a few moments. This is going to be for a tornado just to the east of Thomasville, or just to the west of Camden, near Yellow Bluff on 10 West, down here in southwest Alabama. That is going to be, let me just look at the verbiage on this right quick. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Located 4 miles southeast of Thomasville, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Let's look at the velocity on this one. Yeah, it would be in this general area. Now, understand we're looking at this from the Birmingham radar, so we're not getting a good look at it. Let's see if Mobile. Yeah, bear with me. I'm going to get that turned off. Now let's switch over to Mobile. Now let's go back down. See if we can get a better look here. Oh, yeah, much better look. All right, so there's your tornado. Again, this is just east, maybe a little bit southeast of Thomasville. This is over in southwest Alabama. Tornado warning there for about another 19 minutes. This is a warning for Clark and Wilcox, Alabama. Clark and Wilcox County, Alabama, and southwest Alabama. We'll switch back to the reflectivity, and we'll go back to the Birmingham radar. And again, we'll look at this thing wide. We have storms all the way back to the Mississippi state line, and then back into Mississippi, north of Hattiesburg. Big storms over there. And then severe thunderstorm warnings all the way back into Louisiana. Let's see. We'll let the tornado watch populate. Yeah, we still have a tornado watch. Tornado watch boxes stretching from Houston, Texas, all the way to the Alabama-Georgia state line. So we're going to be here for a minute. Good news is the only tornado warning we have at the moment across Mississippi or Alabama is going to be this storm just east of Thomasville down in southwest Alabama. That storm most likely would skirt just south of Montgomery. Could potentially be an issue in an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours over here in southern east Alabama, southern east central Alabama, if that makes sense. Maybe just south of the I-85 corridor. We'll watch that storm. That's a long way away. For the rest of you across east Alabama, no issues up in Cleburne, Calhoun, Talladega, Clay, Randolph looks good. Carroll, Hurd, most of Troup County looks good. Coosa County's okay. Most of Tallapoosa County up here around Alexander City, no issues at the moment. We're watching that heavy hail core move up through extreme southwestern or southeastern Tallapoosa County. There between Waverly and Dadeville, headed directly at Camp Hill, and this is even more intense now than it was a few moments ago. 2.5-inch hail here. We're talking tennis ball-sized hail about to move across 280 near Camp Hill. This is going to cause a lot of damage. So if you can get your automobile out of the Camp Hill area, you want to go north toward Dadeville or you want to go south toward Waverly to get away from this. Do not go south on 50. And you really don't even need to be on 280 now. It's too late to get out of the Camp Hill area unless you can go north on 50. You might be able to get up toward, I don't know, the north and then turn back toward the west and get away from this. But for the most part, if you're in Camp Hill, you're there. You're just going to have to ride this thing out. But you need to be indoors. You don't need to be in your automobile because this hail is large enough now. Now we're seeing 3-inch hail. That's going to put you at about baseball-sized hail. This hail is large enough to break out your windshield in your automobile, especially if you're trying to drive through it. So that's just an absolute must that you find somewhere to be safe. So Camp Hill, in 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're looking at Marcoot around 7:16. Buffalo around 7:22, Pennon maybe around 7:23, White Plains at around 7:26, Milltown around 7:27, up in the Clarksville area around 7:33, maybe the Stroud area, if it holds together, by about 7:38 p.m. Understand this storm now is moving into a very unstable air mass. We've had sunshine up here for most of the afternoon. So this storm is probably going to at least maintain, if not intensify, as it moves on off to the northeast. We're beginning to see a little bit of a inflow notch on the backside of this. No indication that we have rotation taking place, but the look of this storm would cause a little bit, would cause you to watch this a little closer. Let me just put it that way. The thunderstorm warning for Lee County has been canceled. Chambers County continues. This was at 6:43, which was 3 minutes ago. The severe thunderstorm warning for north central Lee County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7 p.m. for southeastern Chambers County at 6:43. A severe thunderstorm was located over Hughley or over Valley, moving to the northeast around 30 miles per hour. That's going to be this storm. The main threat from this storm is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. This is moving on up there into the Lynette, West Point area, and those areas up there on 29 that were damaged by that tornado this morning. It's the hail appears to be kind of scattered out now, and we're looking at 1-inch hail at the moment. That's quarter-sized, so that's not as significant as what we were seeing earlier. Over here closer to Pine Mountain, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning also, and we have 3/4-inch hail. That is dime to penny-sized hail coming right up Interstate I-185. So the hail threat, not quite as much of a threat here in Chambers, Southern Troop, and Northern Harris as it was a few moments ago. Without question, the largest hail threat is going to be over here near Camp Hill, Alabama. And the algorithm tells us that we have baseball-sized hail in downtown Camp Hill off to the east of downtown Camp Hill. So let's take a look at some road names here for you. Mayton Street, Pearson Road, Martin Luther King Street, where it turns and goes up into Camp Hill, Walker Road, County Road 22. These are Tallapoosa County roads. County Road 89 North. Main Street, which runs right through downtown Camp Hill. And, of course, Highway 50 as it turns and goes back up toward Lafayette. Very heavy hail falling there now. Another 5 minutes or so, 280 will be in the clear. So if you've pulled over down there, maybe in Waverly, you can continue traveling north here in just a few moments. Give it another 2 or 3 minutes, and you should be clear of that hail. All right, I'm gonna take the internet computer. I got something here I want to show you guys. I'm gonna have to change. Hold on, I got to change one other thing here to be able to do that. That's not gonna work. Oh, there it goes. All right, this is what I want to show you, and I know that it's not centered up and doesn't look all pretty, but this is a discussion from the National Storm Prediction Center. It's called a meso discussion, where they talk about where the most dangerous weather is occurring, and you can see that big area there that they have drawn across eastern Mississippi and western and central Alabama. That stretches all across West Alabama back over to around Chilton County, maybe Sylacauga, up here in Tallapoosa County. That's where they expect the growth to remain the highest over the next several hours, and that's where the storms will pose an increased risk for damaging winds in the areas between Birmingham and Montgomery through about 9 and 10 p.m. Then that entire area is probably going to slowly migrate east into central Alabama and east central Alabama and west Georgia as we head toward midnight and into the wee hours of Monday morning. So that product was just issued by the National Storm Center, and I wanted to share that with you right quick there. All right, so let's go back to the radar, and let's go back up here to our Chambers County storm. Tallapoosa and now becoming Chambers County storm. This is a large hailstorm crossing over Highway 50 just northeast of Camp Hill, moving to the northeast. A lot of comments about the Montgomery storm, looking at this really from about the interchange of I-65 and I-85 to the northeast. The storm actually looks heavier up here in southwestern Elmore County, just to the south and southeast of Wetumpka. And that's looking at 3/4 inch hail there. That's dime to penny-sized hail. We may cop a severe thunderstorm warning out of this storm here in just a few moments. But nothing tornadic, certainly dark. See what's happening. You got the sun going down, and you got the sun setting behind these storms. So it makes them look absolutely terrifying when you get the sun behind a storm, and that's what's happening here across East Alabama. Not minimizing this Montgomery storm by no means. It's certainly respectable, but it's not tornadic, and the hail doesn't seem to be that significant on this storm as well, relatively speaking. Now, 3/4 inch hail is significant, but it is nothing compared to what we're looking at up here in eastern sections of Tallapoosa, now working up into Chambers County. And this, right now we're looking at, let's see if the scale goes up that high. Right now we're looking between baseball and grapefruit-sized hail in a small portion of this storm now, just north of 50 down here in Tallapoosa County. So let me give you a few more markers. This is in Tallapoosa County, Brazil Road, Carr Road, Hodges Road, Carver Hill Road, and of course 50. In Chambers County, heads up if you live on Chambers County Road 44. Chambers County Road 42. All right, so we have some new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in now. Let me clear that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. Let's start over here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning issued by the National Weather Service office in Peachtree City for southwestern Meriwether County, Troup County, and for north central Harris County in west central Georgia until 8:30 p.m. Eastern. At 7:52, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from West Point to near Ball's Crossroad to Roosevelt State Park, moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning there for Troup and Meriwether in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Chambers. And this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning and remains in effect until 7:30. So that's about another 34 minutes for east central Tallapoosa and west central Chambers. I can tell you, folks, the storm is almost out of Tallapoosa. So it's pretty much all in Chambers County now. At 6:53, a severe thunderstorm was located near Camp Hill, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for eastern Tallapoosa County and western Chambers County. Baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So no question, this is the storm of the hour over here in western Chambers County. We're talking baseball-sized hail and winds in excess of 70 miles per hour with this storm. Depends on where you are. As far as the times on the post, you're talking about the automated post that post to Facebook. Yeah. I think there's Central Time. So if you've got a warning for Troup County, add an hour to it. No, that is Eastern Time. The time that's showing on the warning itself is the correct time. The severe thunderstorm warning for Harris and Troup County in Georgia is in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So the time that's showing up there on the post is correct. And then the warning for Chambers and Tallapoosa County is in effect until 7:30 It is now 7 o'clock in the Central Time Zone, 8 o'clock in the Eastern Time Zone. So 30 more minutes for Harris and Troop. Yeah, 30 more minutes for Chambers and Tallapoosa, unless it's extended, and odds are pretty good that it's going to, especially this western Chambers County storm. There's really no reason for it not to continue off to the northeast. So I'm going to give you a heads up. Pinnan, Marcoot, Milltown. 5 points, you need to pay attention to this. Buffalo, pay attention to this. It is raining cats and dogs there in Lafayette, but the heavy hell core is off to your west. I think it stays to your west. But if you're up here in Marcoot, big heads up to you. White Plains, heads up. Pinnan, heads up. Milltown, heads up. And downstream, or upstream, however you want to look at it, you folks from Dickard to Roanoke need to pay attention to this as well. I just don't see any reason for it to fade away before it gets up there. We'll go back over here to the Troup County storm. North of Gabbettsville, south of Holiday Park, back over toward Lee's Crossing. I got to tell you, this thing's taking on more of a northern component to it as well. And it's growing in intensity. So heads up LaGrange, Lee's Crossing, Holiday Park, Abbott's Ford, eventually Ware's Crossroads, downtown LaGrange. The strongest part of the storm is now north of the area that was hit by the tornado this morning. Pretty good hail over there in Meriwether County, too, now north of Pine Mountain. Let me zoom out, kind of get an overall look here. Watching that storm down in Elmore County, we've got a new storm developing down there. That's that storm that came out of Montgomery. So very heavy rain from Eclectic over to Tallahassee and back to just north of Montgomery and back over to Wetumpka. That's moving. Let's see what kind of motion we have. That's a northeast component there. Yeah, and we're still predominantly northeast, too, on the Troup County storm. The Weather Service is telling us this storm in Chambers County should be producing at least 2-inch in diameter hail. So we are talking at least golf ball sized hail coming up in this Chambers County storm, probably a little bit larger than that. Certainly large enough to cause significant damage to your automobile. And that hail up here in Troup County is growing in size also. So in Chambers County now, over on the western side of the county, just south and southwest of Marcoot, We have that very heavy hail core moving to the northeast. Heads up, Shiloh, Pennon, Rock Fence, Marcoot, maybe even Buffalo. If you're in Buffalo, you certainly need to keep an eye on this. Heaviest part of the storm is going to move a little bit west of downtown Lafayette. But Marcoot, you're right in the path of this storm. Chambers County 62. County Road 54. Chambers County Road 108. County Road 64. County Road 66. County Road 54. If I've just called out your road, or if you live on a road off of a road that I just called out, you've got a very significant hail core coming directly at you. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning now for Randolph County. National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Randolph County in east central Alabama, northwestern Chambers County in east central Alabama. This warning is in effect until 8 p.m. Central. At 7:05, a severe thunderstorm was located over Ridge Grove, or 8 miles west of Lafayette, moving to the northeast at around 35 miles per hour. Hazard with this storm is golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So, brand new severe thunderstorm warning now covering southeastern Randolph County in northern Chambers until 8 p.m. Central. So, heads up, Marcoot, Buffalo, White Plains, Pennon, Milltown, 5 Points, Stroud, Doublehead, Dickert, High Pine, Roanoke, Rock Mills, Macocius Mill, Standing Rock, all of northern Chambers, southern and southeastern Randolph County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning now because of this storm down here in western Chambers County moving to the northeast. We are looking at hail the size of anywhere between golf ball and tennis-sized hail with this particular storm. Again, that storm near LaGrange, still pretty intense over there. We're looking at 1 1/4 inch sized hail right now. That's $50. That'll cause damage. And that is just south of 109. Actually got some areas of some heavier hail there. Just north of 29, out there on the west side of LaGrange. Parts of downtown LaGrange will get some hail out of this, but the heaviest hail core is back over on the west side of Troup County between Holiday Park and Lee's Crossing. Crossing over 109 now. And we're looking at about quarter-sized, anywhere from quarter to $50 sized hail. So 109 from downtown LaGrange all the way to the Alabama state line, not a good ride at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Troup County. "60-mile-per-hour wind and considerable damage from hail is likely with this storm over here in western Chambers County. New severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for western Chambers, northern Chambers, and southeastern Randolph as this storm moves to the north. We'll put it in motion. We also have another storm coming up in southern Coosa County, and that storm coming up out of Elmore County. That's quickly moving up toward Dadeville. You folks in Dadeville are probably sick of me. I've lost count. Honestly, I have. But heads up Dadeville, heads up Camp Hill, heads up Waverly. Here comes another thunderstorm. At the moment, it's not severe, but it could go severe at any moment. I anticipate a severe thunderstorm warning now for Coosa and Tallapoosa County at any moment. Look at this one blowing up over here near Hyssop. That is significant lightning there. We're talking hail at 2 1/4 inches in size. That's tennis ball size hail. So I expect the Weather Service to warn this storm. Probably will include the Alexander City area as soon as we get that. And I think it may have just dropped. Let's see. Yes, brand new severe thunderstorm warning now for Coosa County in East Alabama. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Coosa in east central Alabama until 8:15 p.m. this evening. At 7:09 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is located near Rockford, moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail is the main threat from this storm. So they did not pull the trigger on Tallapoosa County just yet. And it's because this storm is the slow forward motion of the storm. That's the reason they did not include Tallapoosa County. It's only moving at 25 miles per hour. So what they're going to do here, they're going to watch this thing for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then they'll make a decision on whether they're going to go with a warning for Tallapoosa County. The heaviest part of this storm is just south of Rockford, and it stretches up to near Hyssop. Hail signature not as impressive in this storm, but the lightning output is not as impressive as what we've got over here in Chambers County. And now Troup County. That storm is really intensifying out there just west of LaGrange. Going back down to our Chambers County storm, we are 2.5 inch in diameter. That's tennis ball hail. Slowly working its way to the north now. The storm's in Chambers and Troup and in Coosa County, not moving north nearly as fast as what we saw earlier today, so it's going to take a minute for it to get up there to the north. Okay, we're going to restart that one because I want to look at something here. We're testing out a new product that I think is going to be a great benefit for us as we head into severe season here. And this is the ability to look at these storms in 3D, which gives us a really good look at the tops of these storms. This is our Chambers County storm here. We're looking at Highway 431 right there at Welch at around 7:32. Just north of Rock Mills around 7:42. And then over here in Franklin around 8:52. And we turn this puppy sideways, and we are able to look at the height of the storm. Anywhere you see purple, we've got hail taking place. Then we run back down the line, looking at the Tallapoosa County storm. Yeah, we've got a warning over there in Coosa County, but I don't think the hail is as strong there. We get back over south west of the Centerville Brent area. We have a couple of hail peaks over there. But again, the Chambers County storm, the Troup County storm, and the Meriwether County storm are certainly the two strongest at the moment. We have that severe thunderstorm warning now covering southeastern Randolph, northern Chambers, northern Troup County. Let's take a look at the velocity while we are here. And we just picked up a tornado warning. This is over in West Alabama. I'm just looking at some of the wind here. I just don't see any rotation in this storm in Chambers County at the moment. Go back to the WSV3, and there you go. This thing's really put on the brakes here. 2-inch hail, that's between golf ball and tennis ball sized hail. Crossing over 77 now, just south of Pennon, stretching all the way back to White Plains. No, the tornadoes are not gone. We don't have anything threatening East Alabama or West Georgia, though we have a couple of thunderstorms that could certainly go tornadic at any moment. We haven't seen that trend over here in East Alabama over the last couple of hours. We are seeing a tornado trend down here in southwest Alabama. We actually have 2 tornado warnings in effect now. We have a tornado warning. This is a tornado warning for northern Marengo and southern Hale counties over in West Alabama. This is at 7:07 p.m. a severe thunderstorm located over Pinhook, or 7 miles northwest of Linden, moving to the northeast at 40. Baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. That in a possible tornado on that particular storm. And then we take you down further south. And this is down there around Camden, Alabama, just to the northwest of Oak Hill, Pineapple, Alabama. This is a tornado warning for Wilcox County, for southern Wilcox County. This warning was issued at 7:10, so about 8 minutes ago, and it's in effect until 7:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 5 miles southwest of Camden, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So I was just looking at the verbiage on this. We don't have a confirmed tornado. This is a radar indicated. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Heard County. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued that's going to cover West Georgia. There it is. So all of our West Georgia counties are now under a severe thunderstorm watch. and Heard County and Troup County are now under severe thunderstorm warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County is going to be north of LaGrange, and that storm is continuing to move north in northeast. It's headed right up 85 toward Grantville, and then we're getting a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Heard County, the southeastern corner of Heard County, for that storm. If the Chambers storm holds together, and if it ends up here in Roanoke, we'll probably see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for the rest of Heard County. So don't get that confused. If you're up here in Franklin, this storm down here just north of LaGrange is probably going to skirt to your southeast. But if you're in Franklin, you want to pay attention to the storm down here in northern Chambers County. It's going to make it up into southeastern Randolph, and it stands a better chance of bringing severe weather to you, but that's going to be a few minutes down the road. So we're paying attention to two storms, this one in Chambers County and the one in northern Troup County. As we continue our live coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather, we've been going for an hour and 46 minutes this time. We went right at 6 hours this morning. Got a little break during the daylight hours, but here we go again. We have a new tornado warning back to the southwest for hail in Marengo County. And we continue the severe thunderstorm warning now for Coosa County also. We'll zoom out and go back over here and show you this one right quick. That's south of Goodwater near Hyssop, stretching over toward Alexander City. We'll wait and see if they're going to add Tallapoosa County to this. Quite interesting that they haven't already done that. I would have expected it. But I'll tell you, the hail core doesn't look nearly as significant on the Coosa County storm as it does on the Chambers or Troup County storm. So that may be why they're holding off on that. Folks, I'm going to put you in motion. I've got to step aside just for a second and take a quick break. But we will keep the feed up, and we'll continue with our coverage in about 5 minutes or sooner. So stay with us here on Dr. Don's Weather. East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. Coming up on 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern on your Sunday, March 26th. This has been a long day, and it's about to be a long night across East Alabama and West Georgia as well. Let's update you on what's going on. Let's start over here in northern Troup County. We have a severe thunderstorm now in extreme southeastern Heard County, stretching back down to near Hogansville in northern Troup County. That's headed for Grantville and on up into Coweta County. Eventually, that will probably end up there around Noonan. Things are calming down now around LaGrange. We have another strong thunderstorm just south of Roanoke, just north of 5 Points. This is about to cross over Highway 431 there at Stroud and up to around Welch. I think this is going to stay south of Roanoke, but you folks in Bacon Level, probably Rock Mills, down to Macocius Mills, maybe Standing Rock is going to get the hail core on this particular storm. The hail not as large as it was in just a few moments ago. We're looking at probably half-dollar sized hail, but that's certainly large enough to damage your automobile. So you don't want to be driving into that. Good evening to you, Athens, Georgia. Brother from a different mother in there. Good to see you, Jonathan. It's about time you woke up and started paying attention to what was going on across Alabama and Georgia this evening. But yeah, so crazy lightning in Roanoke. That lightning you're seeing is actually a little bit south of you. There have been a couple of strikes, one there just to the west of Roanoke and then a couple to the east of Roanoke, but the majority of that lightning that you're seeing in Roanoke is south of you. Down here right along the Randolph County, Chambers County line, and that continues on down into the Welch area. We're talking 73 lightning strikes associated with this one storm just in the last couple of minutes across north central Chambers County and extreme southern Randolph County, primarily south of Roanoke. Now, you have very heavy rainfall moving up into Roanoke, but the hail core, that's the part of the storm that is the most severe, is going to, I think, barely slide just south of Roanoke and end up over here around Highway 22 between Roanoke and Rock Mills, and it's going to stretch all the way back down to the south. So definitely Rock Mills, Bacon Level, Macocius Mills, you're going to feel the hail portion of this particular storm. Let me turn the road markers back on for you and give you some locations here. Johnson Street in Roanoke, you're likely going to see some hail from this storm here in just a few moments. Bud Cummings Road, from where it intersects with 431 down to the south. Chambers County Road 265. Chambers County Road 249. Chambers County Road 251. These are the roads that the storm is about to move over, and I would anticipate hail at least quarter-sized, maybe half-dollar sized in these particular areas. New tornado warning now for hail in Marengo County. That's over in West Alabama. Heads up, Bacon Level, County Road 75. Chambers County Road 278. Randolph County Road 16 there near Bacon Level. Bud Cummings Road. Right there where Bud Cummings Road intersects with 431, there's likely some pea-sized hail. But as you get further out Bud Cummings Road, where it comes back over around and intersects there with Gladney Mill Road. That area is probably going to pick up some of the larger hailstones as the storm moves to the northeast. Now we're showing 2-inch hail. That is going to be between golf ball and tennis ball sized hail. They call that 2 inches is hen egg sized hail. For those of you that are wondering. Frog Strangler currently in beautiful downtown Hickory Flat. Let's switch perspectives here. We're going to have to load that. Okay, let's go to 3D and let's zoom out. All right, see, we were right on top of the storm. All right, so here's the storm as it moves up into Randolph County. Let's take it from a side view. Let's rotate up. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Let's rotate up. Let's go around and look at it from about Wedowee, looking back into the storm. You can see that the heaviest part of it is staying just a little bit south of Roanoke. And that, 2-inch hailstones are possible there. We roll back around to the south end of the storm and look back up. And that storm up there just north of Hogansville, showing us stronger hail or ice returns on the echo at the moment. So that's pretty significant there. And then we'll go back on top of the storm. We're looking at crossing over into Heard County, just southwest of Franklin, at about 8:49 Eastern, close to Franklin at around 9 p.m. Eastern. Heads up, you folks up here in Newnan. Very heavy hailstorm about to move over downtown Newnan. Of course, a very populated area there up in Coweta County. So heads up, Newnan, Georgia. As we line up right on top of the storm, you can see that it will be in the Newnan area in about 10 minutes at around 8:49. That storm will be right over downtown Newnan. Peachtree City, the storm's going to move right over the National Weather Service office there at Peachtree City. Not tornadic, but some significant hail taking place with both of these thunderstorms that we're looking at this hour. As we go back down into Coosa and Tallapoosa, we'll rotate up so we can kind of get a side view at these storms. Not seeing much in the way of hail with these particular storms, but they could drop hail pretty much any minute. So we go back over to WSV3, and you can see here where the heaviest hail core is in Randolph County. It stretches from Bacon Level back down to just east of Welch. And it's still showing about 2-inch in diameter hail. That would be hen egg-sized hail. Or between golf ball size and tennis ball sized hail. Stretches from about Rock Mills all the way down to County Road 278, about halfway between Welch, the intersection there of 278 and 281. If you're on County Road 75 between Bacon Level and the intersection of 278 and County Road 281, that's where the heaviest hail core is going to move here in the next 5 minutes or so. Jane is reporting hail in Rock Mills. John Webb says hail on Lanes Chapel Road. Julie is reporting up to Quarter-sized hail in the Pinnan area when this storm moved through Chambers County just a few moments ago. John's reporting County Road 259 now has hail. We got a what about in there, wanting to know about Woodland. If I'm not talking about your town, you have nothing to worry about. This storm is moving east, northeast. It will stay well south of Woodland, and there's absolutely nothing up there in Woodland. When we get into these life-saving reports, looking at these storms, we talk about the areas that have the most significant weather. And when I zoom out, you can see there's absolutely nothing happening up there in Woodland at the moment. We do have other storms down here in northern Tallapoosa and back over in Coosa that could potentially end up in Wedowee or Woodland, but not at the moment. This is going to be a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now for Heard County. Just as I anticipated, they're going to warn now for this storm coming out of Randolph up in Heard County near Franklin. Severe thunderstorm warning for Heard County in west central Georgia, northwestern Troup County, and west central Coweta. Until 9:15 p.m. at 8:40, a severe thunderstorm was located over Rock Mills or near Roanoke, just to the east of Roanoke, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So, brand new severe thunderstorm warning now for Heard County. You folks in Franklin, heads up. And then a severe thunderstorm moving through extreme southwestern Coweta County, headed for Newnan. I would anticipate a new severe thunderstorm warning here in just a few moments, which would cover downtown Newnan. That's a pretty nasty-looking hailstorm headed for downtown Newnan. Let's go back down to the Randolph County storm. And you can see the hail core there from just east of Rock Mill stretching down into just north or northwest of Standing Rock. So if you're down there in the Macatius Mills area, hail's on the way. The hail should be lessening there in the Bacon Level location as the storm moves on off to the east. All right, so Mike is reporting that hail got to about dime size in Bacon Level. That's a good report there. Mike, you see where the whites are? The white would have moved just north of Bacon Level. That's where the bigger hailstones would have been. That right there in Bacon Level, I concur. Dime size would have been about right. The hail core is about to move out of Randolph County. Let me give you some location markers. County Road 20. This is in Randolph County. County Road 686. County Road 681. That's where the heaviest hail core is right now. Now you have some smaller hailstones down here around County Road 16 as it heads down there toward Macatius Mill. And then County Road 17 north of County Road 20. And then right here along Highway 22, where 17 runs back into 22, you have some smaller sized hail, probably dime to penny size hail up there. The heavier stones are going to be from County Road 20 down to County Road 681, right there on the Randolph County, Heard County line. Hey, that's a very good point there. Anchor roofing. There's going to be a lot of damage to a lot of roofs after tonight is over with. Joey Knight is the person you want to get in touch with at Anchor Roofing. He's posted his number there. He is a longtime supporter of Dr. Don's Weather. He's been with us from the beginning. We appreciate him. And there's his number, and we can post that several more times. It'll scroll right here at the bottom of the screen as well. Ever so often you'll see Anchor Roofing scroll across the bottom. So you definitely want to get in touch with Anchor Roofing. If you've had hail at your house, you need to have your roof inspected. And as far as I know, he does free estimates. So, tomorrow or the next day, you're going to want to give him a call and have him come take a look at your roof. Even if you can't see damage from the ground, that doesn't mean you don't have damaged roof. And if you had much hail, there's a good chance that you do. So be sure you get in touch with Anchor Roofing. By supporting Anchor Roofing, you are supporting Dr. Don's Weather. You keep us where we can continue to do this. All right, so the storm's moving out of Randolph now. It's over in southwestern Heard County, headed for the Denver community. Maybe there at the O'Neill's Crossroads down to around Glen. You've got that hail core that's moving into the area. And we're still looking at 2-inch sized hail. All right, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Coweta and Fayette. Let's look at that right quick because that's moving into Newnan, a very high populated area, just southwest of Newnan. Oh, my goodness, you folks down here are getting hammered. That's been sitting there for quite some time. And there you go. 71 lightning strikes in and around Newnan just in the last couple of minutes. Hail about to move into the East Newnan area and also in downtown Newnan proper. Likely going to see a good bit of damage from this thunderstorm as it moves through the Newnan area. So we'll go back over here again, looking at a large hailstorm moving out of southeast Randolph County up into Heard. We've seen reports of penny to quarter-sized hail with this storm. The algorithm is telling us that we're at about 2.25-inch hail here, which is between golf ball and tennis ball sized hail. Understand that would be happening where you see those shades of black inside the white. So we're talking about a relatively small area here, maybe several hundred yards wide, where the heaviest hail is falling. Then it gets lighter as you move away from the center of the core, that hail shaft. But from Glen all the way up to O'Neill Crossroads in southwestern Heard, you've got some hail taking place there. And maybe some small hail still remaining in Randolph County, just north of 22, right there when you cross into Heard County and we turn into Highway 34. Still maybe have some small hail occurring right there. So Randolph County, for the most part, is in the clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. Northeastern Chambers County definitely in the clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. You have a very small but heavy rain shower there just north of Wedowee, moving to the northeast. Let's take a look at Clay County. We have an intensifying storm north of Bowden Grove up here in the northwestern corner of Clay County, north of Campbell Springs, up there along Highway 281. It's a small storm. We do not have any warnings for this storm, but it's there, and it seems to be growing in intensity. And then down the stair step over on the western side of Clay County, west of Ashland, we have scattered showers occurring there. Millerville, some heavier rain all the way back down to around Goodwater. Highway 9, we have heavy rainfall in northeastern Coosa County at this hour, and then scattered areas of, probably penny-sized hail crossing over 280 near Kellyton. That stretches down to around Hyssop. Some pretty good lightning output there just south of Hanover. Looking at 97 strikes over here in eastern Coosa County from Goodwater down to Hyssop and back up to Hanover. 100 strikes now just in the last couple of minutes across eastern portions of Tallapoosa. As we continue on down to the south, we see a heavy storm just south of Waverly, back over to Bama Park. Heavy thunderstorms continue south of Notasulga down around Tuskegee. Then we go back over into Chilton County, near Clanton, down to the Enterprise community, stretching all the way back to just south of Maplesville. Heavy thunderstorm now near Centerville Brent. It just doesn't stop. Look at this, would you? All the way back to Linden, Alabama. Heavy storms over here along Highway. There's so much I can't even tell. Oh, that's 20. Heavy storms over here along the Alabama-Mississippi state line. We have a tornado warning over on the Alabama-Mississippi state line over near Butler, Alabama. And we have a new tornado warning also. This is going to be just to the east of Camden. I'm just checking a couple of things here on all of those alarms. Yeah, that's nothing to do with the weather. So this is a tornado warning, and this is going to be. This is a tornado warning for southwestern Lowndes and southeastern Dallas County. The warning is in effect until 8:30. So about another 39 minutes on this warning. This is for a severe thunderstorm, which is capable of producing a tornado located 11 miles north of Pineapple or 14 miles east of Camden, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. Let's go back out and take a look at the big picture. My goodness, would you look at the lightning coming across the Alabama state line north of Jackson? Folks, that shot that you're looking at right now, this covers a very large area. We're talking about from Augusta, Georgia, all the way back to the Mississippi River. 1,685 lightning strikes in the last 2 minutes. Let's look at this stuff over here on the Alabama-Mississippi state line. That's just incredible. We're looking at 523 strikes in the frame that you're looking at right there, just in the last couple of minutes. And that is a tornado warning. That warning is for central Choctaw County in southwest Alabama. That tornado warning is in effect until 8:30. Let's look at this stuff. The base velocity. I understand now we're looking at this out of Birmingham, so we can't, we may not necessarily be able to pick it out very well, but right there around Butler is where I would say they probably have rotation and maybe a secondary area of rotation back to the southwest, north of Gilberttown. This is on the Alabama-Mississippi state line. So 2 areas of rotation in this particular storm. That's off to the west of Sweetwater. It's moving toward Sweetwater and Thomaston and Pine Hill, Pennington, Alabama. Let's look at the this storm. Yeah, you can make that out too. That's up there just north of Highway 21. North of Pineapple, Alabama, north of Oak Hill. Let's take a gaze at our Coosa County warning. I don't see any rotation to be concerned about that. And let's go to Heard County. We do have broad rotation in this Heard County storm, but see how broad it is. It's a thunderstorm. It's supposed to rotate. I don't see anything that would be concerning or indicative of any type of tornado activity. Back to the reflectivity, but there is definitely a nasty hail core there to the southwest of Denver and just north of Glen. That's going to cause some damage to some automobiles. We're talking about between golf ball sized hail and tennis ball sized hail right there in that white area. Now, the blues, you're probably looking at quarter sized or smaller. The white, you're looking at more significant hail output there. This is in Heard County. Glen Road, near the intersection of Butler Road and Glen Road is where the heaviest hail is falling now. That's going to end up here around Denver. I believe this hail core stays south of Franklin, but it's going to be a close call. Still some very heavy rainfall north of Roanoke, up there around Potash Ridge, and over to the eastern side, right there where 22 goes into Georgia, along 22 and just north. Probably some very small hail there, but very heavy rainfall also. That would be just south and east of Weehadkee. Okay, here comes the update. Let's look at Coweta. We got that storm through Newnan now. It is up there crossing over I-85 right there at the Newnan exit. So that's going to run right up I-85 for a ways, probably straddling I-85 until we get up there to around Union City. So a nasty ride on I-85 up there around Newnan. That severe thunderstorm warning for Coweta County continues. And then down here in Heard County, with the new update from Adamson back over to around Franklin, down to Aubrey, we have that hail core. And I think it will affect Franklin now with that latest update. It looks like Viola receiving heavy hail at the moment and just north of the Texas community. Right there along Highway 34 and up Highway 100 to around Rock Ridge, and then north up to Frolona. We are probably going to see some significant hail up there. Things look better in Randolph County. We have some pockets of heavier rain showers, and then very heavy rainfall now over in Clay. Nothing severe, though. And then as we look at northeastern Coosa County, we still have an area of disturbed weather there north of Hyssop, close to Kellyton, right there along 280, stretching up to around Goodwater. Heavy rainfall down in southern and southwestern Chambers County near Waverly, back over towards Stillwaters, New Site, some heavy rainfall there. A very small pocket of heavy rain on the west side of downtown Lafayette. Then as we zoom back out, I mean, you can barely see some of these storms down in southwest Alabama. You can barely see the reflectivity for the lightning output in some of these storms. Just simply amazing. So that's what we got to deal with, folks. This is going to be a long overnight duration event. And I'm afraid this is going to turn into a flooding issue, too, before we get through with this. Our creeks and rivers are already swollen across East Alabama and West Georgia. And now here comes all of this heavy rain, and I'm really afraid that we're gonna get into some flooding before the night is done. All right, so I'm seeing reports of marble-sized hail in Noonan. So maybe that the hailstone's not quite as big as they move through Noonan. Understand the computer looks at this stuff in the upper levels of the atmosphere based upon the reflectivity we're seeing on the radar. That's what they judge the size of the hail with. It's the radar data. The further you get away from the radar screen, the higher in the atmosphere the radar is looking because of the curvature of the Earth. So if we're looking at Noonan, Georgia from the Birmingham radar, we're probably looking at about 15 to 20,000 feet in the atmosphere. And so that is probably why the algorithm was showing larger hail, because at that level in the atmosphere, it probably was that large. But by the time it made contact with the ground, probably marble-sized hail is the reports we're seeing in the chat room from the National Weather Service. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Greene, Morgan, and Oconee counties of Georgia. That is out there along I-85, between I-20 and I-85 east of Atlanta. Got folks that are in that area, so just passing that along to you. Heavy thunderstorm will affect Butts, Henry, Jasper, and Newton counties of central Georgia over the next hour. We have an aerial flood advisory for Dallas, Greene, Hell, Marengo, Perry, and Sumter. That's pretty much a flood advisory. Severe thunderstorm warning now has expired for Chambers and Randolph. Reports of pea-sized hail in Alexander City around 7:42. That was about 15 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Coosa County. I'm just looking at the new mesoscale discussion coming out of the Storm Prediction Center, and they're circling the area along and south of Montgomery down to around Greenville and back over to around Columbus as having the highest threat for supercell tornadoes during the next couple of hours. That doesn't mean East Alabama and West Georgia is out of the woods. It's just that that area hasn't seen a lot of activity today, so that is the area where conditions are at their best for the possibility of tornadoes over the next couple of hours. So at the moment, we do not have, the only warning we have in our coverage area is going to be for that storm in Heard County, and that's going to be over there just to the east of Franklin. But look at all of this rain. Look at all of the lightning, thunder and lightning that's moving up into Clay, about to move into Randolph, and it just continues all the way back down into southern Mississippi. We start the loop back, and I mean, it's easy to see that for the next several hours across East Alabama and West Georgia, it is going to be stormy. Good news is we don't have any severe warnings in East Alabama. You got to go all the way back over to West Alabama along the Alabama-Mississippi state line to get into tornadic weather. And I really think that tornadic threat, now, not to say we couldn't have a quick spin up across East Alabama or West Georgia, we certainly could. But I think any significant organized supercell thunderstorms with long track tornadoes would probably stay along and south of Montgomery over to Columbus, maybe Selma, Montgomery, Columbus line, and south is where the air is at its best and where we could see some of the heaviest storms. Pretty good sized thunderstorm just to the southwest of Auburn, back over to around Notasulga. That's running right up I-85. So it's about to get pretty windy and rainy again in the Auburn, Opelika area, Beauregard. But again, that storm is not severe at the moment. So I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we don't have any severe warnings in our immediate coverage area at the moment. And I'm going to take a quick break. I'll leave the feed up and I'll put the radar in motion so you can continue to see the direction that they're moving. And oh, by the way, let me welcome a brand new sponsor here to Dr. Don's Weather. Cool Dude just came on with us today, and we appreciate Avery, so we appreciate the fine folks at Gray Hill Services LLC, Avery Arrington, brand new sponsor here on Dr. Don's Weather. Avery can handle your storm shelter needs. Great time to check out what they can do for you with storm shelters. Also, septic systems and line trenching. They can dig trenches for water lines, electrical lines, whatever you need. And you can call Avery at 256-610-4680. And also don't forget about Anchor Roofing. Mr. Joey Knight down there at Anchor Roofing, he can handle your roof needs. We're going to see a lot of damaged roofs across East Alabama and West Georgia over the next couple of days. So don't forget to get in touch with Joey Knight down at Anchor Roofing and get in touch with Mr. Arrington, Avery Arrington with Gray Hill Services Incorporated, or LLC, to handle your storm shelter needs. You support those folks that support Dr. Don's Weather, and you're guaranteeing that we will be here the next time we have a severe weather outbreak across the area. So I'm going to step aside for about 5, and then I'll be right back with you, and we'll continue with our long-form coverage across Alabama and Georgia. Stormy Sunday night, March the 26th, on Dr. Don's Weather. Well, good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. There's a photograph of the hail that moved through Randolph and up into Heard County just a few minutes ago. I think this was actually Bacon level area. And yeah, that's not very large. That is probably a little less than a $50 sized hail. So that's pretty indicative of all the reports that we received as that storm moved through the Bacon level area. Appreciate that post coming in this evening there from Bacon level, Alabama. Let's go back to the radar. A couple of things I want to tell you about. First of all, we have no severe weather in the area right now, just a ton of rain headed our way. So I really think we are transitioning into more of a flood threat than anything else. But we certainly could have some more severe weather before this is all said and done. So a couple of things I want to tell you about. First of all, let's go over to our threat page, and I'm going to remind you to head over to YouTube and subscribe to our channel and click that little bell so that when we go live for severe weather, you'll get that notification. Also want to bring your attention to the upper left-hand side of the screen there. We have a brand new supporter here on Dr. Don's Weather. It is Avery Arrington with Gray Hill Services, LLC. He can handle your storm shelter. He can handle your septic systems. He can dig line trenching for you. He serves all of East Alabama and West Georgia. And you can give Avery a call at 256-610-4680. Avery came on with us just this afternoon, and we're mighty glad to have him online with us. And as I mentioned, he can handle your storm shelter needs. He does install storm shelters. So let me go back down here to the severe weather page, and then we'll take the internet computer in there. That's what one of his storm shelters looks like. That's the door on the top. You open that, there's a set of stairs that gets you down into your storm shelter. So you can give Avery a call. And he can tell you what it would cost to install one of these storm shelters. A lot of folks across East Alabama and West Georgia are contracting with him to install these storm shelters. 256-610-4680 is the number to call to get in touch with Avery and to get an estimate on installing one of these storm shelters for your home. Also, I want to remind you to be sure and get in touch with Joey Knight with Anchor Roofing. Joey can handle your roofing needs, and there are going to be a lot of roofs across East Alabama and West Georgia that at the very least need to be inspected. You can't tell if you have asphalt roof damage from looking at it from the ground. You really, really need to get it looked at, and you need to do it right after the storm so that if there is damage to your roof, your insurance can assist you in paying for that damage. If you wait until you start to see leaks in your roof, you may be out of that grace period with your insurance company. So you need to get in touch with Joey pretty quick. I'd call him first thing tomorrow morning. If you had any hail at your home today, if you get any hail tonight or even into early tomorrow morning, you need to get in touch with Anchor Roofing, Mr. Joey Knight. He serves all of East Alabama and West Georgia as well. His number is 706-326-2438. The numbers to both of these fine folks scrolling there at the bottom of the screen. Jot it down and get in touch with them so that you can take care of your storm shelter and you can have your roof inspected. Doesn't cost you a dime for Joey to come out and tell you whether or not you need to get in touch with that insurance company if you have roof damage to your home. All right, it's going to be even a long night here for East Alabama and West Georgia. The good news is we currently do not have any severe warnings in effect, but a lot of rain, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. Some of these storms may be putting down some pea-sized hail as well. Good news here is the trend has been, these storms have been filling in over the last, hour or so. So instead of having singular storms out there running across the state by themselves, we're beginning to see a solid area of showers and thunderstorms, which won't be fun, but that's better than having singular storms running across the state, because those singular storms are the ones that can go severe and produce tornadoes. Just like this storm down here, as it moved through South Dallas County over into Lowndes County, it was running by itself, and it produced a possible tornado. But then you see it kind of merged with this storm just west of Selma, and we lost the tornado warned portion of that storm. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning there, but it doesn't look like there's a tornado involved with it. Even this stuff coming out of Mississippi into Alabama, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings there. Have not seen a tornado warning issued in the last 30 minutes or so, so that's a good sign as well. Certainly some damaging straight line winds, because that segment of the line is kind of bowing out, but nothing tornadic there. Up there around Tuscaloosa, just solid rain mass there, no indications of tornadoes. And even over into West Georgia, we have a special weather statement now covering that storm over in Coweta County, southeastern Carroll County, and extreme northern and northeastern Heard. But no severe thunderstorm warnings for any of our counties for East Alabama or West Georgia. Now, I'll tell you, this little thing up here in northwestern Randolph County is kind of taking on a little echo look there, a little hook, which would be indicative of some wind in that storm. Let me stop it and go to the velocity. Yeah, I mean, that's just some gusty winds up there. Yeah, they really don't look that significant, to be honest with you. But, 25, 30 mile per hour wind gust, certainly a possibility. There's some over in northeastern Randolph, 25, 26, 27, maybe 30 miles per hour between Pine Hill and Newell. That's, again, understand, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, all of that may not be making it down to the surface. So we go back to the reflectivity. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that stuff up there in southern Cleburne and northwestern Randolph County. Just copious amounts of rain over here in Clay County, from Lineville back down to Ashland to Gibsonville, Mountain City community. Light rain over most of the remainder of Randolph County. Down here in Chambers County, yet again, you folks in Lynette, Hughley, Valley, West Point, probably throwing darts at me about right now, because here comes another round of heavy rain and thunder and lightning. But good news again, we're not looking at anything severe in this storm coming up I-85. I've lost count how many times we've called your name today. Same thing over here in Tallapoosa County, places like Dadeville, Camp Hill, Waverly. I've called them multiple times today. Good news right now is you have nothing happening there in your part of Tallapoosa County. But very heavy rainfall back over in western Coosa, back into Chilton County, stretching down to just northeast or northwest of Billingsley. And then that heavy rainfall down there in Dallas County near Whitehall. We do have a small area that's still covered by a severe thunderstorm warning down there. But, yeah, so this is, I think we're in the process of transitioning from a hail threat with damaging straight-line wind threat and a marginal tornado threat to more of a flash flooding threat as we head into the remainder of the night with all of this very heavy rainfall moving over the exact same areas that we've had storms in all day long, it seems like. So, yeah, I'm going to kind of kick back and enjoy the cup of coffee that I finally got brewed and answer any questions you guys might have over in the chat room. I'm paying attention to it now, so if you have any questions or comments, post away. Let's see. Ashland really catching it at the moment from Bonnie Haynes. Yeah, you've got some very heavy rain and a lot of thunder and lightning. I mean, the lightning output in these storms are just incredible tonight. As a matter of fact, let me go in tight on that cell in Clay. Just in the last 2 minutes, we're looking at approximately 100 lightning strikes across central Clay County, from Ashland back up to Barfield, Lineville, Campbell Springs, Bowden Grove, Spring Hill, right at 100 lightning strikes there just in the last couple of minutes there in Clay County. So tremendous lightning output with these storms moving up into East Alabama at this hour. Brittany is watching us this evening in Opelika. Amanda is in the Chandler Springs area. Bonnie says it's pretty windy in Ashland right now as well. Hey, Amy East, good to see you this evening. Kay Branch. Kay is our mountain community mayor down there, and Kay says it's pouring in the mountain community. Charlie Fettner is asking, what about Wadley? Part of the What About Club there. Welcome to the What About Club, Charlie. Yeah, you've got a heavy storm over in southern Clay County about to move over into Randolph County, and it's going to clip that southwestern corner down there around Wadley, Malone, Corinth area, Southern Union State Community College, and there's going to be some wind involved in it. So I would expect gusty winds on the order of 25 to 35, maybe even 40 miles per hour when this line moves into Wadley. What Kay is getting over there in Mountain Community is what's headed for Wadley. Not severe, maybe some small hail, maybe some marble-sized hail or penny-sized hail. Dime-sized hail in this storm coming through the mountain community. But, yeah, you're about to get a pretty significant rainstorm over there on the West Bank in Wadley, Alabama. Woodland, you're pretty good right now, but you've got that big blob of stuff right there in the center part of Clay County. It's headed for Wedowee and Woodland, so heavy rain on the way for Woodland as well. Ashland and Lineville, it is flat outright raining over there in Ashland and Lineville right now. Tornado watch for Clay County is still in effect. That goes until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning unless the Weather Service cancels it early. And I'm watching the National Weather Service chat room. Have not seen them talk about what they're thinking with the tornado watch. So for now, we'll go with it. Tornado watch for all of East Alabama until 1 a.m. And then that severe thunderstorm watch for West Georgia is in effect, and that goes until 1 a.m. Eastern. So midnight Central, 1 a.m. Eastern for our West Georgia counties, severe thunderstorm watch. And for our East Alabama counties, tornado watch until 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern. Anniston, yeah, you're just south. I mean, you're just north of some heavy rain that's just to your south right there along I-20. I don't see anything severe threatening the Anniston-Oxford area at this hour, but certainly a lot of thunder and lightning, windy, rainy conditions encroaching on the I-20 corridor. Probably will move right over the Anniston area here in just a little bit. Question about the tornado warning this morning over in West Point, Georgia. The answer to the question was yes, a tornado warning was issued. Tornado warning was issued on that storm just as it moved out of Chambers County into Troup County. The storm was literally on top of West Point when a tornado warning was issued by the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City. And so, folks, that happens. I mean, the tornado has to form somewhere. The weather forecasters can't look into a crystal ball and say, oh, a tornado is going to form over West Point, so let me issue the warning before it gets there. I mean, it has to start somewhere. And unfortunately, that tornado started right on top of West Point, Georgia this morning. And yes, a tornado warning was issued by the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City. We were live with you here on Dr. Don's Weather when that warning was issued. We tracked that storm from West Point, Georgia, all the way across southern Troup County over toward the Wild Animal Safari Park there at Pine Mountain. We were on the air to let you know that there was significant damage in that area. We told you about the two tigers. They were able to get away from the Wild Animal Safari Park there at Pine Mountain. Then we were on the air when they were captured. So we gave you all that information. And to answer that question, yes, a tornado warning was issued for southern Troup County when that thing hit. Roanoke, what about Roanoke? Welcome to the What About Club, Karen. Yeah, nothing in Roanoke right now, just some moderate rain. That storm that's coming out of Clay County that will move over the Wadley area will eventually work its way over toward Dickert and Roanoke. So you do have some more heavy rain, maybe some windy conditions, and some more thunder and lightning coming your way from the west. How's it expected to get in West Point, Georgia? Well, you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, so you could have a severe thunderstorm or two. But right now, there's nothing severe threatening West Point. We'll be watching that next push coming out of Clay County, which will move across Randolph and eventually end up over there in West Point in about an hour from now. Right now, it's just very heavy rainfall, gusty wind, a lot of thunder and lightning. West Point seeing lightning right now. Yeah, that's from a very small cell that is down there right along the I-85 corridor. And then you have some more down just north of the Auburn-Opelika area that's coming right up 85 as well. Not severe, but you are getting thunder, lightning. There's a slight chance that you may have some really small hail there around Hughley that will work its way up into the Valley, Lynette, West Point area in the next 30 minutes or so. But again, yeah, you've got more rain and thunder and lightning, but nothing severe immediately looming for the West Point area. Same thing for Wedowee, folks. No severe weather out there anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia right now. Just a very heavy thunderstorm near Ashland that'll be moving to the east. That's going to move into Randolph County. You're going to get rain, thunder, windy conditions, but no tornadoes. And the hail threat seems to have subsided with these storms as well. We don't see the hail signatures that we were seeing about an hour ago. You're welcome, Brecken. Thank you for asking the question. He says that he is trying to spread the awareness to his friends and family. That's a great idea. And we appreciate everybody sharing Dr. Don's weather page with your friends and your family. And also invite them to go over to Dr. Don's Weather on YouTube and subscribe to our Dr. Don weather page and make sure you click that bell. Because that's the best way to receive notification from us when we go live. Nothing wrong with following us on Facebook and liking us on Facebook. And we'd love to get those Facebook stars. That's a great way to help support us here on Dr. Don's Weather. But the problem with Facebook is their algorithm is so different. You don't always get immediate notification when we go live on Facebook, which is important during severe weather. But over on YouTube, you will get what's called a push notification, which goes out to all of our subscribers every single time I push the stream button. So you can continue to watch us on Facebook, but be sure you subscribe to us on YouTube and click that little bell so at least you get the notification that we're live on YouTube. And then if you want to watch us on Facebook, that's fine. Doesn't cost you a dime. It's absolutely free to subscribe to our channel, and that will increase your odds of knowing about severe weather. Folks, that's the name of the game, to survive severe weather. It's situational awareness. It's knowing what's going on around you and just paying attention during times of severe weather so that you can evacuate to your tornado safe place if a warning is issued for your county and your location. is 90% of surviving severe weather. A lot of times, deaths and serious injuries that happen during severe weather happen to folks who they didn't go to their safe place. They had no idea what was going on, and it hit them while they were unprepared. Y'all got me on a soapbox here. The good Lord, excuse me. The good Lord gave us all a brain to think with, and we need to use it in these times and be prepared for severe weather. Get you a NOAA weather radio, the best $35 you'll ever spend. That sits on your nightstand right beside your bed, and it will literally wake the dead at 2 a.m. in the morning. If we're having one of those overnight events like we're having tonight, and you go to sleep, you may not hear that notification on your phone. I know those notifications don't wake me very well with my phone, but I have a NOAA weather radio sitting beside my bed, so you best believe if a warning is issued for my county or my surrounding counties, I'm going to know it. So get you a NOAA weather radio. Also, make sure you have a good app on your phone. Any app that will follow you and give you severe weather notification will work just fine. All of the data comes from the same place. It comes from the National Weather Service. Though it may be distributed to hundreds of different apps, it all comes from the same place. So any good app that will follow you and warn you regardless of where you are is what you need to have on your phone. And then follow Dr. Don's weather page if you're in East Alabama or West Georgia. Now, those of you who know me know that I don't live there anymore. I spent 22 years in Roanoke, Alabama, in broadcast radio and public safety, but now I'm up in Northeast Georgia. But because of modern technology, I literally could be on the other side of the world and be able to bring you this coverage. And the reason I do this is because you folks are left behind in East Alabama and West Georgia from the major market television stations in Birmingham and Atlanta because of simple math, numbers of people and location. The advertisers are not going to pay Birmingham television and Atlanta television thousands of dollars to run their advertisement if they are wall-to-wall live coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia. It's not really their fault. I can assure you James Spann would tell you, and I've heard him say this, if it were up to him, he would stay wall-to-wall anytime there's a tornado anywhere across Alabama or Georgia, if it were totally up to him. But it's not. Broadcast television and radio are businesses just like any other business. So they have to do what appeals to the majority of their viewers. So that's why they can't do wall-to-wall coverage in most circumstances for East Alabama and West Georgia. I, on the other hand, don't have to deal with that. I don't have program directors and executives breathing down my throat telling me to go back to regular programming. This is my regular programming. So as long as I'm not dealing with a disaster up here in Northeast Georgia, I'm here to give you severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia as long as you will have me. And as long as you guys continue to support me and our partners who support me, I'll be right here. And as long as the good Lord will allow me to do it, I'll be here giving you severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia. Yes, Nick, I also have an app, but I'm going to be straight up and honest with you. We're having some issues with the Apple version of our app. Those folks over there at Apple, they're very proud of their product, one. Two, there's some type of technical issue going on with the app, and we're really having a hard time figuring it out. So the ISO version of the Dr. Don Weather app is not working properly at the moment. The Android version is working just fine. So if you have an Android phone, you can certainly download the Dr. Don app. But we're not pushing the ISO version just for the simple fact that we're having issues trying to get the thing straightened out and working. And quite honestly, unless they get a little more reasonable on what they charge, we may not continue the app portion. We'll see how that works out over the next couple of months or so. Erica says that she prefers the YouTube app. And I agree with that 100%. If you have the option, you're much better off watching us over on YouTube. You get that push notification. You get notified immediately when we go live. We do our daily weather forecast over on YouTube as well. Yeah, YouTube works very, very well. You can also go to our website, drdonwx.com. We have our YouTube broadcast there on the home page, and you can watch us on our website as well. LaGrange forecast, rain. Rain is the word right now. We don't have any severe weather in the area at the moment. We do continue under a severe thunderstorm watch for Troup County and LaGrange. We continue with a tornado watch for East Alabama until about 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. We do have a very heavy thunderstorm now over in Clay County, but it's below severe limits. It's not moving very quickly, and I would be willing to put the farm on the fact that we probably have at least localized street flooding taking place around and north of Ashland back over toward Lineville with that very heavy rainfall and just tremendous lightning output with this storm now in Clay County. Kayla's watching us up in Roanoke. Eli watching us from Birmingham. We had a viewer in here earlier from New York City. He said he was originally from Randolph County, watching us up in the Big Apple this evening. How is the weather in Coffee County? That's down there around Enterprise, Alabama. I spent a few years down there myself. Yeah, you're good down there right now. You're just outside of the tornado watch. Goodness, we don't see anything going on down there. Yeah, storms back to your northwest, way back to your northwest, but absolutely nothing. Let me switch to Mobile. Yeah, I knew that wasn't going to work. Okay. Let's go over to our radar Omega. Let me reset this. Yeah, I'm not showing anything down there in South Alabama at this hour, so you're good. Y'all bear with me. I broke the radar. It'll take me just a second to get it back up. While we're waiting on that to come back, let me show you the latest from the Storm Prediction Center on the timing on all of this. You see the storms are going to continue probably through daybreak tomorrow morning before we get all of this stuff out of here. And again, let me remind you that, I don't really buy into the level of severe weather now, but I think the timing is still good. I think it'll probably be sunrise tomorrow morning before we get all of these storms to move on out of Alabama. And then we could still have some scattered thunderstorms Monday afternoon, Monday night into Tuesday morning, but I don't think we're looking at anything as significant as what we have right now. Yeah, let me go back to Birmingham. And we'll take you back over to the radar. I think we've got that worked out now. There we go. You know, just looking back over in Mississippi, yeah, look, we still got storms near Jackson, Mississippi, and just south of Monroe, Mississippi, southwest of Shreveport, Louisiana. We still have a few storms over there. Now, I think that will probably stay in South Alabama. Um, so I don't know that we continue with storms until sunrise, but certainly well after midnight before we get all of this out of here. So we have a new tornado warning just issued. That's along this line moving into south central Alabama. And it's going to be for a tornado warning for a possible tornado southwest of Oroville. This is over there in Dallas County. That's well out of our primary coverage area, but we do have kinfolk down there, so we'll spend just a minute on this. Have a severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect until 9:15 for northwestern Wilcox County. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 3 miles south of Uniontown to 6 miles south or 5 miles north of Pine Hill, and that's moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So, you folks up here in Selma, Oroville, this is about to move into Dallas County, and you're going to want to pay attention to this. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Dallas County. So the severe threat really appears to have shifted more down into southwest Alabama for places like Selma, on down to around Camden, Thomasville, staying north of Monroeville at the moment. Montgomery, I think you're still in that area where we could see some severe weather later on this evening. But you look up here across central Alabama and up into east Alabama, certainly a lot of thunder and lightning, windy conditions, torrents of rain falling now across the entire area. But we have not had a warning for quite some time in this area. We do have a special weather statement, and this is going to be for Troup County from LaGrange back down I-85, back over to almost Pine Mountain. This does cover the Valley, Lynette, West Point area. And this is a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm moving through, but again, it's below severe limits. This is a special weather statement for Harris and Troup County, Georgia. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southern Troup and northwestern Harris County through about 10:15 Eastern. So you got about 20 more minutes to go on this special weather statement. At 9:40, about 10 minutes ago, a strong thunderstorm was located over I-85 there at Lynette and is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. So those areas that got hit this morning by the tornado getting hammered with heavy rain again, and there's more rain just to the south of that area that's about to move up into southern Troup County also. But again, the good news is it's not severe. We won't have to worry about anything severe. Here comes a flash flood warning. I knew this was going to happen. Let's read you the verbiage on this. It's doing exactly what I thought it was going to do. At least for East Alabama and North Central Alabama, this is turning into a flooding event. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a flash flood warning for the following counties: Chilton, Coosa, and northwestern Tallapoosa counties in East Central Alabama until 11:15 a.m. and 8:45 p.m. Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicate thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall across the warned area. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or is expected to begin shortly in those areas. Again, the counties under the flash flood warning now are Chilton, Coosa, and northwestern Tallapoosa. So places like New Site, Jackson Gap, Alexander City, Goodwater, Hyssop, Kellyton, Stewartville, Blue Springs, and then back over into Rockford, and then back over into Chilton County, Clanton, Jefferson, Maplesville. You're all under this flash flood warning just issued by the National Weather Service out of Birmingham. Of course, all of that will be slowly moving to the east, northeast. So it's not going to take much for you folks up there in southern Talladega, Clay County, Randolph County to get in on this flash flood warning if the rain hangs around up there for very long. And you can see what's happening now. We're beginning to get that that area that sat forever right there across eastern Clay County is finally beginning to push on into Randolph. So good lightning output up there near Rock Stand, just north of Broughton Ridge, just north of Crystal Lake. Tremendous amount of lightning up here. We'll zoom in on this area. 46 lightning strikes in the last 2 minutes there in central Randolph County. Maybe some small hail also. And the heaviest part of the storm about to move across 431 between Rock Stand and Midway. So very heavy thunderstorm there between Wedowee and Roanoke, right there around Rock Stand, in the vicinity of Needham's Hill. Very, very heavy thunderstorm, but it's below severe limits. It's going to be very gusty, very windy, very rainy. Highway 431, not a good ride in Randolph County at this hour. Special weather statement continues. Basically, LaGrange down to just south of Valley. For a heavy thunderstorm moving through southern and central Troup County and extreme northwestern Harris County. Let's see. Clint Little is saying he got some hail about 15 minutes ago in East Point, Georgia. Quarter size to golf ball size hail. Crazy lightning. Yeah, no question. Let me zoom out. We'll look upstream. I really hadn't looked a whole lot. Yeah, I see that up there around on the north, and out there around Gwinnett County on the north side of Atlanta. Right up 85 up there around Norcross and Tucker, back over towards Sandy Springs. The north end up there around Spaghetti Junction. Really heavy rainfall. Boy, I wouldn't want to be driving up there right now. And that's going to run right up I-85, back over toward Buford, probably up there around Flowery Branch. Really been kind of storm-free up here northeast Georgia. I'm up here just north of Gainesville up here in White County, and we just haven't had much at all here today. We had a little rain before sunrise this morning, and that's been it. But I think a lot of this stuff may migrate north, and we may have some showers and thunderstorms during the overnight up here in northeast Georgia. But yeah, that's just pouring rain now from the northeast side of Atlanta all the way back down through East Alabama, and then down into southwest Alabama and even over back into Mississippi. Very heavy rainfall continuing and a flash flood warning in effect now for northern Tallapoosa, most of Coosa, and Chilton counties of central Alabama. Joe Knight's reporting some very heavy rainfall in the Corinth community. And thunder and lightning now. That's in Randolph County. Chrissy's asking a question, and this is a legitimate question. If the storm is moving out of Clay County, why are we still under a tornado watch? Because that's not the only storm out there, Chrissy. You have more storms back off to your west over in Talladega. When I say the storm is moving out of Clay, I'm talking about this one particular cell. If you'll look back over here in Talladega County, you have another line of thunderstorms, and the whole rain mass carries all the way back over to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, over on the western side of the state. So just because one particular cell is moving out of your county doesn't mean the threat is over. My goodness, this has been going on all day long. It's going to continue for several more hours. They don't issue a tornado watch for just one particular thunderstorm cell. Watch means that conditions are favorable for the formation of severe storms and tornadoes in and close to the watch area. So that's why the watch is still in place, and they probably won't expire the watch until about 1 or 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. So I hope maybe that answered your question. Ashley's asking the question, will we have thunderstorms all night in Randolph? Yeah, I think at least through 1 or 2 a.m. It's conceivable they could last through sunrise. But I'm thinking maybe through 1 or 2 a.m. before we get the backside of this stuff out of here. If we zoom out, you can kind of see what's going on here. And what I'm going to do is take the single site radar off and put the composite on. And you can see how far this stretches back into Mississippi. Though the storms become very scattered over in Mississippi. In Alabama, they're more concentrated. We have more of a line setting up across Alabama now. But for the most part, the continual thunder and lightning and rain should come to an end when the backside of this stuff gets into East Alabama. Another couple of hours, I think we'll start to see it die off. Will that be the absolute end of it? Maybe not, because of these hit-and-miss storms that are forming in Mississippi. You could still see a thunderstorm from time to time across East Alabama and West Georgia, right on through the wee hours of Monday morning. So I hope that answered your question. What is Birmingham weather? That's the National Weather Service office at the Shelby County Airport, just south of Birmingham. That's where your watches and warnings and where your weather forecast come from. We refer to it as Birmingham weather. Or are you asking what is Birmingham's weather? I'm not sure what you're asking. Currently in Birmingham, if you're asking about the weather forecast, they just got some light to moderate rain taking place around Birmingham. A little lightning there just to the south around 459 and out I-20, but nothing severe in Birmingham at this hour. Report out of Alpharetta, very heavy rainfall there. Up 400. Heavy rainfall again in Wadley. And as heavy as that is in the Wadley, Corinth, Malone area, it's heavier up here just to the northeast of Rock Stand, trust me. Maybe a little bit southeast of Wedowee, just crossing over 431. More lightning output up there. Maybe some small hail in this stuff just north of Rock Stand also. Maybe a little small hail around County Road 59 up there, approaching Potash. County Road 704 there just north of Tin Shop. County Road 618. County Road 67. Just a small area, and this would be very small hail, but we could have some hail taking place there in Randolph County. About 3/4 inch sized hail, probably between marble and dime size hail. And that'll continue moving off to the east. Potash, Big Springs, we'll probably see just a couple of minutes of hail as that hail shaft moves through East Randolph County. But there you go. That's kind of what we're looking at this evening. I'll put it in motion so you can get a sense for the direction these storms are moving in. I'm going to step aside just for a few moments. Bowden, Georgia, yeah, you're good. That cell coming up through Randolph may make it up there to around Bowden, but for the moment, you just got some moderate rainfall up there in Carroll County. Unbelievable lightning in Alexander City. Yeah, you got some pretty good lightning strokes down there. The two main threats right now with these storms, heavy rainfall with the possibility of flash flooding even outside of those areas where you don't have a flash flood warning. Localized flash flooding certainly a possibility, and the lightning output from some of these storms. This is just non-stop, relentless lightning that we're seeing across East Alabama and West Georgia. I have no doubt that every fire department across East Alabama and West Georgia are getting their money's worth tonight. I'm sure that there are multiple fire stations responding to fire calls all across the area. So if you see emergency vehicles, please yield right of way and allow them to pass through. A lot of lightning strikes. Unfortunately, that typically leads to a lot of residential structure fires. Hope not, but with this much lightning output, it would not surprise me at all. Oh, Time Saver says that the Alabama state bird is still in his yard. That's the trampoline. He says it hasn't blown away yet. Y'all didn't know that was the Alabama state bird, did you? It is. Wedowee weather, heavy rain. We have nothing severe across East Alabama and West Georgia. Tremendous amount of lightning, a lot of rain, some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. But we have not had a severe weather warning in East Alabama now in well over an hour. Some locations longer than that. Other than this flash flood warning down here in Coosa and northern Tallapoosa. And I really think we're turning into a flooding event now. Lots of lightning, gusty winds, heavy rain, and potentially a flood event for the rest of this evening across East Alabama and West Georgia. And that applies to all these places y'all are asking about, folks. You're all in East Alabama. Wedowee, Dadeville, all of these locations are East Alabama. Valley, same thing. Standing Rock, same thing. Bowden, Georgia, same thing. Cleburne County, same thing. Alexander City, same thing. Carrollton, same thing. You're all in East Alabama and West Georgia. Showers, thunderstorms currently below severe limits with very heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, maybe some small hail along the way, localized street flooding, and some creeks and rivers could get out of their banks as well if this rain continues for any length of time. So that's what we're looking at, I think. We have seen a downtick in severe weather across East Alabama because of this heavy rain mass that's moving over the area. So I'm beginning to think that the significant severe weather threat is dwindling across East Alabama and West Georgia. I mean, could we have an isolated severe thunderstorm or a quick spin-up tornado anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia? Absolutely we could. That's why we're still under a tornado watch in Alabama and a severe thunderstorm watch in Georgia. As long as those two watches are in place, severe weather is certainly possible. But at the moment, we've seen a trend downward, and we're just not seeing severe weather across East Alabama or West Georgia, and haven't seen severe weather for the last couple of hours or so. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll leave the radar feed up for you. Case says we'll all be riding in the Johnson Evinrude to work tomorrow morning, and that's a very good possibility. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break, refill the coffee cup, and I'll be back with you shortly as severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Well, good evening, East Alabama to West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. Coming up on 9:22 Central, 10:22 on the eastern side of the time zone as we continue to watch heavy thunderstorms rumble across East Alabama and West Georgia at this hour. The good news is none of these storms are severe. I know it's very ominous outside. I know you've got a tremendous lightning show taking place outside. A ton of lightning, thunder and lightning, very heavy rainfall, gusty, windy conditions. But the good news is the storms are below severe limits all across East Alabama and West Georgia. Now, we are beginning to see an uptick in the storms up in North Georgia, up here where I'm located. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for southern Hall County. And this is going to be moving right up 985. So you folks up here in Gainesville, Georgia, heads up, severe thunderstorm warning moving right over Lake Lanier, coming over Buford, and coming right up 985. If this storm continues on its current course, it will move right over Gainesville. May clip Claremont, would end up in Cornelia over here in Habersham County. Eventually maybe Clarksville. Heavy rainfall now coming up 400 as well. We've had zero thunderstorm activity up here in North Georgia today. So I'm telling you that to say this. Some of these storms could go severe as they get up here into Dawsonville, Dahlonega, even in Cleveland, Helen, Clarksville, Cornelia, and even up into extreme northeast Georgia, Hiawassee, Mountain City, Clayton, Toccoa. All of these locations need to keep a weary eye to the south as these storms finally push up into North Georgia and northeast Georgia this evening. We come back down here to East Alabama and West Georgia. A very heavy rainfall, lots of thunder and lightning, and even some flash flooding taking place in northern Tallapoosa back into Coosa County at this hour, and all the way back into Chilton County. We have some flash flooding taking place there also. And this continues all the way down into southwest Alabama. But the good news is, over the course of the last hour and a half to 2 hours, we're seeing these storms continue to be strong, but they are below severe limits. A lot of folks posting in here saying, oh, it's getting horrible here. Power's blinking, thunder and lightning. Yes, all of that is true, but these storms are below severe limits. So there's no concern at the moment for any tornadoes or very large hail across the area. Could that change in a moment's notice? Yes, it could. We're still under a tornado watch across East Alabama and a severe thunderstorm watch across West Georgia, and that goes until about 1 a.m. this morning. So, we certainly could have severe weather at any moment, but the good news is we don't have severe thunderstorm, organized severe thunderstorms out there that's moving into the area. Strong thunderstorms, yes. Severe thunderstorms, not at the moment. So that's the good news for you. And just to let you know, since we don't have any severe weather in East Alabama, and because we are getting at least one severe thunderstorm up here in my part of Georgia, if that thunderstorm continues and if it gets close to White County, I'm going to have to stop my wall-to-wall coverage because this is my area of responsibility up here in northeast Georgia. I'm the Deputy EMA Director and Deputy Public Safety Director for White County, Georgia. So if this storm gets much closer to White County, I'm going to have to stop our wall-to-wall coverage and deal with things here at the house. But we would continue to post any weather information that's pertinent to East Alabama or West Georgia on our Facebook page. And then, of course, if we were to get something really serious, we'll come back live with you across East Alabama and West Georgia. But for the moment, things look pretty good. Severe weather-wise across East Alabama and West Georgia. Very heavy rainfall there around Roanoke, stretching back down into northwestern Chambers County, northern Tallapoosa County. I mean, it's just pouring buckets there in Alexander City, back up toward Roanoke, Wadley, southern Clay County, getting some heavy rain at this hour also. You folks down here in southern Tallapoosa County, Lee County, back down into Elmore County, I'd bring your attention to this line of storms now. This just east of Selma. It's racing toward Prattville and Montgomery. This thing's beginning to bow out a little bit, so there could be some damaging straight-line winds in this particular line of thunderstorms. All right, the Weather Service is in the process of clearing some counties from the tornado watch. And so the tornado watch has been canceled for Calhoun and Cleburne in east central Alabama. Let's see, wait a minute. The National Weather Service has canceled Tornado Watch 89 for the following counties in central Alabama: Bibb, Calhoun, Clay, Cleburne, Greene, Hale, Jefferson, Perry, Pickens, Randolph, Shelby, St. Clair, Sumter, Talladega, and Tuscaloosa. So there you go. We just lost most of our East Alabama counties from the tornado watch. Looks like Chambers. I'll get the map in just a moment. It looks like Chambers, Tallapoosa, Coosa, and Elmore remain in the tornado watch. Randolph, Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun have been canceled from the tornado watch. So there you go. That's good news for East Alabama. And that will, there it goes. It just cleared off of the map. Let's go back over to WSV3 and hasn't quite cleared here just yet. It will shortly, though. So basically, all counties north of Chambers, Tallapoosa, and Coosa are no longer in the tornado watch for East Alabama. And the reason they're keeping the southern East Alabama counties under that watch is going to be for this line of thunderstorms marching toward Montgomery. This is going to move right along I-85, and it may catch Elmore, central and southern Tallapoosa. It may get Lee and up into Chambers County. So they're going to hold those counties under the tornado watch until we can get this disturbance out of here. Haven't heard a disposition on the severe thunderstorm watch in Georgia just yet. Let me look over here in the Georgia chat room. A flash flood warning has been issued for DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett. That's Greater Atlanta Metro. That's a flash flood warning in effect until 4:30 tomorrow morning. Seeing some reports of some trees down around Fulton County. And a new mesoscale discussion for Georgia. Basically along the I-85 corridor, back down to well south of the I-20 corridor is where the best chances of severe weather will be over the next couple of hours. Flash flooding is very likely in that area as well. I still don't see a very high severe threat for northeast Georgia. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect for southern and central Hall County of northeast Georgia. So we'll have to watch and see how that storm behaves over the next hour or so. But once again, good news for Randolph, Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun. You have been removed from the tornado watch. Chambers, Tallapoosa, Coosa, and Elmore and Lee continue in the tornado watch through 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, primarily because of this complex of thunderstorms moving across central Alabama, about to move into Autauga County. Actually, it's in Autauga County, about to move across Prattville and Montgomery, and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that entire line of thunderstorms. Let me bring it current. So Prattville, Millbrook, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And Montgomery County will probably go under a severe thunderstorm warning here in just a few moments. But back up in East Alabama, the only warning we have is this flash flood warning that continues for another hour or so for this very heavy rainfall in northern Tallapoosa County from Alexander City north, then back over Coosa. Very, very heavy rainfall now up in northern Chambers County from 5 Points back to Marcoot, back up to Milltown, moving into Roanoke. We have a little impulse right there. We could have some small hail from Doublehead back up to Highway 22 between Dickert and Roanoke, and down there on the poor side of Country Club Road. Thank you, Drew Murr. That was hilarious. We do have heavy rain continuing down there, stretching up to around Crystal Lake and back toward Malone. Heavy rainfall continues in southeastern Clay County. Very heavy rainfall to the eastern side of Randolph from Potash over to Waresville down to the Denver community in Heard County. And then extremely heavy rainfall in downtown LaGrange right now with thunder and lightning continuing in that area. And I apologize, folks. My voice is just about gone. We pulled about 6 hours this morning. Then probably a couple of hours at different times throughout the day. And then this last broadcast now has been going for 4 hours and 1 minute. So about 12 hours of live streaming today on Dr. Don's Weather. It's been a crazy day. We appreciate all the comments that you guys have been giving us today. Elizabeth says that they are getting hail in Clacksville. And that's this storm right here in northern Chambers. And there's Clacksville right there. Yeah, there's a very small hail core right there just south of Clacksville moving over toward Doublehead. This is not a political forum, and so posting stuff like that will get you in timeout. Actually, it's going to get you blocked. Folks, this is a friendly weather site, and that's all we're going to discuss in the chat room. I'm just as passionate about politics as anybody else, but I was raised in a world where that was personal. You discuss that with your wife and your children if they want to talk about it, but I was raised in a world where politics was not something you just jump on social media and start blasting about. The way you deal with politics is by going to the polls and pulling that lever, or nowadays marking the ballot and sticking it in the machine. But you get what I'm saying. Stephen, I have not received a severe thunderstorm warning for White County. I do have one for Hall County, and that would be central and southern Hall County. The polygon makes it all the way up to Gainesville, and that's going to be for that storm coming right up 985. The core of that storm now pretty close to Flowery Branch, coming up right up toward Oakwood, just south of Gainesville. So I concur with you. If the Weather Channel has White County, Georgia under a severe thunderstorm warning, I think there's a mistake somewhere. From Carrollton to Wedowee, just a lot of rain. A lot of water out there on the roadways. I'm having several folks ask questions about driving from one location to the other. And I can tell you that even though we don't have any severe weather taking place at this hour, there is a copious amount of water out there on the roadways. So you got to be very careful if you're going to be out there driving. Not the best idea. It's dark. There's lots of water out there. If you're going to be in the areas where we have this flash flood warning, you got to be real careful, especially on secondary roads. There could be washed out culverts. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Elmore County and Montgomery County. That's in advance of this line of thunderstorms moving through central Alabama. So now we have Autauga County there in the Prattville area. We have Lowndes County, Montgomery County, and Elmore County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Primary threat here is going to be damaging straight-line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and hail in excess of 3/4 inch in diameter. This is a little mesoscale system down here that's kind of running by itself, and you can see it kind of has a bowing echo to it. So out here in the leading front of this, we probably have a pretty significant gust front taking place, which has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, that's noisy. That's not going to work. Let's see, which radar are we on? We should be. We were on Atlanta. Let's go back to Birmingham. That might answer that question. Now let's try to look at this again on the reflectivity. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, so we're looking at some 30 mile per hour outgoing wind. I think the northern end of this, the portion coming through Prattville up into Autauga County, is by far the strongest portion of this line. Not really seeing any significant wind here, but understand we're looking up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Can't tell exactly what it's doing down there on the surface, but the Weather Service is warning for it, so we'll go with it. It certainly looks rough on the reflectivity. Storming pretty good now in Prattville. Lots of thunder and lightning down there in Autauga County. And that's headed for Montgomery. Heads up there in the capital city. And that's going to continue right up I-85. So that is going to get most of Elmore County. Heads up Titus, Wetumpka, Eclectic, down to Montgomery, Prattville. Then as it continues east, most likely we're going to see the effects from this in places like Tallahassee, Notasulga, Waverly, Beauregard, Auburn, Opelika, down there around Hurtsboro, Tuskegee, Shorter, same areas that's been hammered multiple times already today. I think that particular thunderstorm cell stays out of Chambers County. It's going to be a close call. So we'll watch southern Chambers County. May catch the extreme northern end of this as it moves on off to the east. We'll put that in motion, and you can kind of get, you can kind of see visually there how this thing is evolving. We've got a little mesoscale right there. The north end of this is swirling a little bit. And so that's what's prompted this severe thunderstorm warning. No question, the heaviest part of this storm is on the north end of this line there, just north of Prattville. It's about to cross over Highway 31 there north of the city of Prattville, or I-65, I should say, and 31, just north of the city of Prattville, the heaviest part of this storm. That entire complex is rotating, which is indicative of heavy thunderstorms. Let's go back over to the base velocity and look at this thing in motion. Oh, yeah, look at that. Very, very clear that we have a rotating thunderstorm right there. And then, folks, don't get anxious on me. That doesn't mean anything. All thunderstorms rotate, or they wouldn't be classified as a thunderstorm, and especially a severe thunderstorm is going to rotate on you like that. But you don't often see them rotate that well. And that's very broad, but no question about it there in central Autauga County, even up into northern Autauga County, and along this gust front that stretches back down to Prattville, then down in Lowndes County is where the most significant wind would be with this particular cell as it moves through central Alabama. Go back to the reflectivity. And let me see what Birmingham has to say about this. 56 mile per hour wind gust at the Prattville Airport. That's out there on Highway 14. Back in the day, I used to deer hunt right there at the Prattville Airport. And that would be right here. Right where the cursor is. And the front just past there, and we're looking at 58 mile per hour wind gust out there at Gruby Airport in Prattville. I guess they still call it Gruby Airport. But nonetheless, that's headed toward the city of Prattville, in the city of Prattville right now. Pretty heavy wind gust coming through Prattville. That's going to continue on over into Elmore County, heads up Wetumpka. Montgomery, you're likely going to get that 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust as well. And then right along I-85, from I-85 up to around Eclectic, Tallahassee, Millbrook, this 58 mile per hour wind gust front is going to come right over you. And that is certainly strong enough to bring down a few trees and cause some issues. But you can see that it is moving pretty quickly. Now moving through Montgomery, Alabama. Well, Megan, I'll try to answer that question the best I can, but it all depends on what your definition of severe weather is. By definition, we don't have any severe weather occurring across East Alabama at the moment. Everything is below severe limits. We just lost the tornado watch for a good chunk of our coverage area across Randolph, Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun. You're no longer under a tornado watch, so that tells us that the National Weather Service believes, for the most part, the severe threat has already ended across East Alabama. At least in Randolph, Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun. We continue with that tornado watch in Chambers, Tallapoosa, and Coosa down into Elmore, and that's primarily because of this front that's moving through the area now. That's going to continue moving to the east or to the right if you're looking at the screen, right up I-85. So the severe threat would continue primarily across Elmore, southern Tallapoosa, Lee County for another hour or so, and then I think the tornado watch will be canceled there as well. Hope maybe that answered your question. For most of East Alabama, the severe weather threat has pretty much already ended. In East Alabama, we have lost Randolph, Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun from the tornado watch. Paulding County is under a severe thunderstorm watch, and I think that will continue. I don't anticipate seeing any of the West Georgia or Atlanta metro counties removed from the severe thunderstorm watch just yet. You got this big push coming out of Randolph County, Alabama, that's going to continue moving on over into Georgia. And then you have this line of storms down around I-65 in Montgomery and Prattville that's going to continue moving east, too. I think that's more, though, of a Columbus threat, maybe up to around Lynette, as this moves on off to the northeast or the east-northeast. Tallahassee, yeah, you may catch the northern end of this line of storms moving through Prattville and Montgomery. That remains to be seen, so you need to remain vigilant for another hour or so. Up there in Tallapoosa, yeah, I mean, you've got some thunder and lightning in the hood, and there seems to be maybe a little bit of an uptick in the intensity of the rain up around Jacksonville, Alabama, moving in your general direction. But I don't see anything severe up there right now. Folks, again, understand we're waiting to kind of see what Peachtree City is going to do with this Hall County warning. Understand the storm is right at the outer limits of that warning polygon. They have not pulled the trigger on extending that any further north just yet. So I'm wondering if they're going to. Let me look at some stuff here. Well, I don't see any. I don't see any discussion about that. So we'll watch and see if they extend that further north. If they do extend it up into White County, which is the next county north, then I am going to have to step aside and take care of some things up here in my area of responsibility for the paying daytime job. Which tomorrow is going to be kind of rough. This has been a long duration event. So we're getting reports of some injuries in Autauga County out there on Highway 14 West. I'm going to assume it's in the area of the airport. Well, let's see, actually, Highway 14 West at County Road 45 in Autauga County. Tree in the roadway and a vehicle has struck the tree. Injuries are being reported. Also, Pine Level and Mulberry fire units are currently en route to a tree on a residence somewhere up in that part of Autauga County. And we've got that 58-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the Prattville Airport when this gust front moved through. So that kind of gives you an idea of what you can expect in Wetumpka. Kind of gives you an idea of what to expect in Millbrook, taking place there now, moving through Montgomery now as well. So heads up Eclectic, heads up Tallahassee, heads up Shorter. Eventually this is going to make it over here to Tuskegee. I think the heaviest part of this stays south of Dadeville, though that's going to be a close call. Waverly, I think you clip the northern end of it. Auburn, Opelika, you're definitely going to get this. The only question is how strong will it be by the time it makes it over here into Lee County. Tuskegee, you're definitely going to get it. Another question there, how strong it will be. Union Springs, Hurtsboro, you're going to get the southern end of that line of thunderstorms in the next hour. Still raining real heavy up here in southern Randolph County, Roanoke, northern Chambers County. Still getting some very heavy rain. All the way up over into Franklin. Would not it surprise me at all if the Weather Service decides to extend this flash flood warning over into northern Chambers and southern Randolph, and then we may see Peachtree City jump on a flash flood warning for Heard County. We do have a special weather statement in effect for Heard County. It expires at 10:15. That would be 11:15 Eastern for Heard County. It does cover extreme northern troop as well, but most of that storm is up there in Heard County. It does extend up into southern Carroll County, too, places like Roopville and just south of Carrollton under a special weather statement. Western Coweta County also, I'm sorry. Let me just get the verbiage of this up here. We've got so much on the screen, I don't want to give you bad information. This is a strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southeastern Carroll, Heard, northern Troop, and western Coweta. I was correct, through 11:15 p.m. Okay, so what the Weather Service is doing now, they're issuing a special weather statement for White County. Instead of a severe thunderstorm warning, they're going to go with a special weather statement for White County. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of eastern Forsyth, Banks, southeastern White, Hall, and northern Jackson counties through 11:30 p.m. this evening. So I'm not going to take the feed down. I'm going to leave it on, but I'm going to step aside just for a few moments to give me time to get this special weather statement out to the citizens of the area that I am responsible for up here in White County, Georgia. So stand by. I'll be right back with you as our coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Larry Mitchell. I take offense to that. Larry said that he spent most of the night with Dr. Don last night. Really don't want to again. I don't know how to take that, Larry. I'm just picking at you. Yeah, I don't take it personal. I don't want to spend the night with you tonight again tonight either. I've got to work all day tomorrow. It's been a long day today. And here we are again. The good news, folks, understand this. The good news is the severe weather trend has been on a downtick now for several hours across East Alabama and West Georgia. And honestly, the only areas I think stand the best chance of seeing severe weather are going to be down here in the path of this Boeing line of thunderstorms that's moving across central Alabama. We're talking about now just east of Montgomery and up into Elmore County, down through maybe the shorter area of Montgomery County, and then to points to the south down there. And so most of that is going to stay out of our coverage area. Maybe southern Tallapoosa County is going to catch part of this. And then Lee County is going to have to deal with it, and southern Chambers County may have to deal with it. You folks up there in Lynette, the tornado-ravaged areas of West Point down toward Valley might catch the north end of this Boeing line of thunderstorms as it continues marching on off to the east this evening. But up here in Randolph County, look, folks, I know that it seems like you have severe weather taking place there in southern Randolph, but you don't. A lot of thunder and lightning, a lot of heavy rain, gusty winds, but everything up here in southern Randolph and northern Chambers well below severe limits at this hour. As a matter of fact, the Weather Service has removed Randolph, Clay, and Talladega and Cleburne from the tornado watch that was supposed to go to 1 a.m. They canceled those counties from the tornado watch about 30 minutes ago. We do still maintain that tornado watch for Chambers, Tallapoosa, Coosa, and then down into Elmore and Lee County. You're still under the tornado watch. And the severe thunderstorm watch for our West Georgia counties continues as well. Very heavy thunderstorm up there in Carroll County from about central Hatchie stretching down to around Hogansville in Troup County and the northern and northwestern sections of Troup. You have a special weather statement in effect right now for that thunderstorm there. But the Weather Service not issuing anything on this stuff in Chambers or southern Randolph at the moment. And I'll tell you that over here in Coosa County, you're probably about to get released from the tornado watch as soon as this line of storms makes it through Tallapoosa. You will be dropped from that tornado watch. Elmore County, as soon as that gets out of your area, you'll be dropped from the tornado watch. And then Chambers will follow as soon as we get this line out of Alabama and into West Georgia. Zoom back out. Now, there's still storms back over West Alabama, all the way back into Mississippi, and this stuff is going to continue to move across East Alabama. So, yeah, we're looking at showers and thunder and lightning probably for the balance of tonight. But for the moment, below severe limits. We're going to watch this for you as we head through the rest of the evening. Now, we have some strong thunderstorms moving into my area of the world up here in northeast Georgia. We have a strong thunderstorm that's going right up 985 north of Gainesville. And it's just clipping the southeastern corner of White County. That's the county I live in. And so special weather statement for that storm. We're looking at this from Birmingham, so we're not seeing full resolution on that. But you get the idea of where that storm is anyway. And then back down here in East Alabama and West Georgia, lots of thunder, lots of lightning, lots of heavy rainfall. Flash flood warning continues for northern Tallapoosa and for Coosa County for another couple of hours or so. Severe thunderstorm warning for Elmore County and for Montgomery County. Should see that extended over into southern Tallapoosa, County probably here in the next few minutes if they're going to extend it further east. That line does not look quite as strong as it did. You'll notice right there in the last couple of volume scans, the northern end of it really starts turning north, and we see the resolution there on the convection really beginning to scatter out. So we're kind of hoping maybe this storm not quite as strong as it was when it came through Prattville. We had a 60 mile per hour wind gust out at the Prattville Airport when that thing moved through, and probably looking at some of the same type of reports coming out of Montgomery. Let's see. Let me read some of this stuff. Just looking at some reports of power lines down in Autauga County when that line came through. Birmingham extends the flood warning for the Tallapoosa River at the Tallapoosa Water Plant. So we have a flood warning now for the Tallapoosa River at the Tallapoosa Water Plant. We're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Elmore and Montgomery. 2 trees on a house on Meadow Lane Court in Casada. That's in Elmore County. We also have a motor vehicle accident involving a tree on Airport Road in Casada. Multiple trees down on Airport Road. That's also in Elmore County. So that's part of this gust front that's coming through central Alabama. We saw the same thing back in Autauga County. We're getting the same type of reports over in Elmore County. So up here closer to this circulation is where we seem to be receiving the largest number of wind damage reports with this thunderstorm. Well, Valerie, I'm so glad you asked that question. Valerie's asking the question, if you live in a mobile home and have no transportation, how can she protect herself? Valerie, as an absolute last resort, a ditch or a ravine would be safer. In a tornado situation. I wouldn't do that in a severe thunderstorm situation. But Valerie, there are other options. You've just got to find them. If you have no transportation, you have to know somebody somewhere that can come pick you up and take you to their house or get you to an area where you can be safer than in a mobile home. You got to get creative to find that. Yeah, you really got to think about it and see if you can find somebody that can help you out in that type of situation. But because you don't need to stay in a mobile home during tornadic type weather. Now, we don't have that going on right now. We're talking about thunderstorms and straight line winds. Could 60 mile per hour straight line winds cause problems with a mobile home? Absolutely, it can. The bigger issue is the trees. If you have a lot of trees around your mobile home, that's the more danger part of a strong thunderstorm. Of course, a mobile home is no match for a tornado or damaging straight line wind. So I just really encourage you to think about it and try to find someone that can help you in these situations if you live in a mobile home. You'll notice if you watched the coverage from Friday night back over in Mississippi, a lot of the damage over there, a lot of the injuries, and unfortunately some of the fatalities were in mobile homes. So you've got to have a plan to find somewhere safe to go during severe weather outbreaks. Hey, Sharon, I'm up here in White County, too. I can tell you that we just have some thunder and lightning up here. Nothing too severe at the moment. Bethany Lynn, no, not at the moment. We have no tornadoes in the area for Noonan or anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia. Can't completely rule out that possibility, but the trend over the last couple of 2 to 3 hours has been a downtick with severe weather. We haven't seen any tornado warnings. Really, we've not had a tornado warning across East Alabama since this morning. And that was the tornado warning that from the tornado that spawned right there along the Alabama-Georgia state line near West Point, Georgia. Now, we've had multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but the only tornado warning we've had in East Alabama and West Georgia today has been that one this morning there near Noonan. Campers, same thing, Christopher. Campers are no match for severe weather. No new severe thunderstorm warning for Randolph County. Well, the extreme southern part of Randolph, I take that back. They just issued, and that's going to be for that stuff down there coming out of Elmore up into Tallapoosa. So, yes, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for southern Randolph County. So let me read the verbiage to you. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, southern Randolph, Macon, Tallapoosa, Chambers, and southern Coosa County in east central Alabama until 11:30 p.m. Central. At 10:08 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Nicksburg to Martin Dam, to near Shorter, Alabama, moving to the east at 60 miles per hour. The danger with this storm is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and you can expect some damage to roofs, siding, and trees. So, yes, until 11:30 p.m. Central, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's basically going to be for this area down here in extreme northern and northeastern Elmore up into southeastern Coosa, and that's going to continue moving northeast right across Coosa County. I think the heaviest part of it will be between Alexander City and Camp Hill, and that's going to rotate over into Chambers County, and then may clip the southeastern corner of Randolph County. Heads up over there, Roanoke, Rock Mills, Wehatkie, down to 5 Points, maybe as far south as Lafayette, and then back over to, don't shoot the messenger, Camp Hill, but I'm going to call your name again, Waverly, Camp Hill, Dadeville, Alexander City, back down to Eclectic. This should be the last of it. And I told you, even though you're out of the tornado watch up there in Randolph County, we still could have a severe thunderstorm warning or two, and that's what we're seeing. We have that gust front coming up with that line of thunderstorms out of Elmore County, and that's going to move right across central Tallapoosa and then up into central and northern Chambers County and right across extreme southeastern Randolph County if this storm holds together. We'll put it in motion. We'll watch this thing together, and you can see it was really strong when it came across Autauga County. And there's still some respectable winds to be dealt with here with this particular storm. And I'm going to switch over to the base velocity. And, boy, that thing's tightening up right there. Yeah, right here. Let me turn the telestrator on. So I'm going to put a circle around the area where I think the winds are at their strongest. It'd be right there. And this is going to be moving in this general direction. But understand you got strong winds on either side of the center of this. So if we draw it out like so, you would expect strong winds either side of this line with the center running right between the two. So Alexander City, close call for you. Jackson Gap, Dadeville, all the way down to Camp Hill and Waverly, certainly. And then that's going to move on over into Chambers County, get most of Chambers County, from Lynette all the way back up to Roanoke, as this moves on off to the east and the northeast. This is not a tornado. This is a severe thunderstorm with damaging straight line winds, maybe 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust as this moves up through Tallapoosa, Chambers, and extreme southern Randolph County. Probably from Roanoke back over toward Rock Mills will catch the north end of this. We'll go back over to the reflectivity, and you can see it right there, clear as a bell. This is a mesoscale thunderstorm complex that's coming up into East Alabama. It's not a tornado. It is a rotating thunderstorm. And so you have a severe thunderstorm warning in an area where we have a tornado watch. Even though southern Randolph was released from the tornado watch, you're still close enough to it for this to take place. We don't have a tornado warning, but you folks over here in Tallapoosa, northern Chambers, southern Randolph, you need to be very vigilant here as this line of storms moves off to the east-northeast. We certainly could see a quick spin-up tornado with this system as it moves into the area. There could be some small hail with this storm. They are just north of Eclectic up towards Seaman as it moves up into southwestern Tallapoosa County. I don't see a large hail core with this storm. The biggest threat with this storm is going to be wind. And when I zoom out, you can see this will be the last push for East Alabama as far as this complex is concerned. We do still have other storms back over in West Alabama, but so far those storms have not gone severe. But we're keeping a close eye now on this mesoscale thunderstorm complex that's coming through Wetumpka, just north of Wetumpka, near Kalijah. That's where the heaviest part of it is right now. We have trees down back around Hopeville and Hopeville Road and Crenshaw Road. That is in Elmore County. That's going to be from this area. So we know, we have a history now. We know that this line of thunderstorms is knocking down trees. We've seen reports of that back over in Autauga County and multiple reports of trees down now across Elmore County. We now have a flash flood warning for Chambers, Randolph, and Tallapoosa. So in just a few moments, we'll see this green watch box move a little bit further to the east. Again, that's a flash flood warning for Chambers, Randolph, and Tallapoosa. That warning will go till 12:45. Flash flood warning, as well as a severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa, Chambers, and southern Randolph County. That severe thunderstorm warning also includes Lee County of east central Alabama. They're warning for every county in the path of this line of thunderstorms moving through central Alabama. And I will have to say that it looks like it's intensifying. Right here at Kalijah, we're beginning to see more and more of an indication of hail. This is Relatively small hail right now. We're looking at marble-sized hail just east of Equality and just west of Kalijah. So nothing large, but we are seeing a hail signature that we were not seeing a few moments ago. So that's an indication that this storm is wrapping up and it is becoming a little more intense than it was earlier. There's your new flash flood warning. Now for northern Chambers and southern Randolph. That includes Wadley, Roanoke, Rock Mills. It includes Welch, 5 points, down to about Buffalo, and then back over to join the original flash flood warning that's been in effect for a couple of hours now for northern Tallapoosa County, New Site, Daviston, down to Jackson Gap, Alexander City, up to Goodwater, and back to the west near Weguffka and Rockford. You're still under that flash flood warning. Do I think that this is going to make it all the way up to Roxton? No, I don't. I think it stays probably catches maybe Wadley and Roanoke and Rock Mills. I don't think it makes it all the way up to Roxton, but we'll see. The Polygon makes it all the way up there to Roxton, so it's possible. Mallory, there's no need to freak out. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with damaging straight-line winds. So it's not a tornado. But as long as you're indoors and you're staying close to the center of the lowest floor inside your home, you're protected. There's no reason to have anxiety or to get excited over this. This is a line of thunderstorms moving through the area. Seeing reports of flooding now in Clanton. Trees down near Hogan Road and Highway 43 in Elmore County. That's near the Spigner community. Chilton County reporting flash flooding on Franklin Street near Thorsby. These are delayed reports that are just now coming in. When will it cross the Georgia line? Probably another 30 minutes. All right, so we're about to get a tornado warning. We have a tornado warning coming for Tallapoosa County. Heads up, Dadeville. Heads up, Dadeville, Alabama. You need to go to your safe place immediately. Just got heads up. We have a tornado warning coming now for Tallapoosa County. And that's going to be for this portion of the storm near Kalijah that's moving to the northeast. I told you it was intensifying, and now the National Weather Service is pulling the trigger on a tornado warning for Tallapoosa County. We're waiting that to hit, and there it comes. Brand new tornado warning now for Tallapoosa County and east central Alabama. And I'll just read the text of this warning to you. Tornado warning for northeastern Elmore and east central Alabama, central Tallapoosa County and east central Alabama until 11 p.m. this evening. At 10:25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over southern Lake Martin, or 10 miles southwest of Dadeville, Alabama, moving to the east at 70 miles per hour. This is a dangerous storm. So those of you in Tallapoosa County should take cover immediately, basically from about Jackson Gap down to Dadeville, down to Camp Hill. You should be in your safe place now. Take just a moment for that polygon to populate here on the screen. While we're waiting for that to happen, let me go to the base velocity product. There it is. Tornado showing up nicely on radar now. Let me go to the telestrator and we will show you what we're looking at. Here is your possible tornado. We do not have observed confirmation yet, but I would be willing to bet we probably have something on the ground right there. So kind of moving in the direction I just drawn there on the screen. Dadeville, you're in the bullseye. Anywhere from Jackson Gap down to Camp Hill, you are going to be in the path of this storm as it moves off to the east, northeast. And it may turn a little bit to the right. So even you folks down here at Waverly, you should go to your safe place. Camp Hill, it's time to go to your tornado safe place. Dadeville, you need to be in your safe place. And you folks up here at Jackson Gap, just to be on the safe side, I would go to my safe place as well. If you're in Kalijah, you should be in your safe place now. Bama Park, you need to go. Anywhere along Highway 50 as it comes out of the Kalijah area back across southern Tallapoosa County, you need to go to your safe place. Safe place being the lowest floor in your home. In the center of that lowest floor, you want to go to a basement if you have one, and then understand that you should carry items with you to protect you from debris, such as a pillow, a blanket, a baby bed mattress, a futon mattress, blankets, quilts. If you have bicycle helmets, motorcycle helmets, a batting helmet, anything that you can take with you to cover your head. Make sure you have on hard-soled shoes. And if you have something that makes a loud noise, carry that with you as well in the event that you get covered by flying debris and rescuers are having a hard time finding you. So if you are in the path of this storm, you should go to your safe place immediately. And I'm going to kind of draw where we think this tornado may track. However, let me redraw that because I don't want to give anybody a false sense of security here because this is a pretty nasty looking storm. So let's go this route with it, all the way up to Jackson Gap and then all the way over here to Waverly. I believe the storm takes a path something similar to this. But if you're inside of that yellow line to the north or the yellow line to the south, if you're anywhere in here, Bama Park, Dadeville, Camp Hill, you need to go to your safe place immediately. We have a tornado warning now for Tallapoosa County, Alabama. We'll put this in motion so you can kind of see the direction this thing is going. Here we go. It's right over Bama Park with that last update. Stop it right there. Actually may have two areas of rotation taking place here. I would not discount that. That is going to be just west of Dadeville. And then we have another area right there over Bama Park. Either one of those locations could be producing a tornado headed to the northeast. Dadeville, go to your safe place. Camp Hill, go to your safe place. Waverly, I need you in your safe place. Reeltown, this is north of you. Yes, it's going to be very windy in Reeltown, and the line of thunderstorms is coming through there, but the tornado section of this storm is going to be to the north of Reeltown. Lake Martin, southern end of Lake Martin, you should be in your safe place. Let me go back over here to the reflectivity, and there you can see it. National Weather Service out of Birmingham continues the tornado warning for Tallapoosa County at 10:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Stillwater's Resort, or 7 miles south of Dadeville, moving east at around 60 miles per hour. So let's start talking about some specific locations. Let me get that portion turned on for you. Here we go. So let's get down here and take a look at this thing street level. So they're saying right around Stillwaters. So there's Highway 49 that crosses up crosses over Highway 50, and then moves to the north right there around Stillwaters. So if we're going in this direction, let's talk about County Road 39. This is Tallapoosa County roads we're talking about. County Road 34. Places like Waterfront Drive, Lakeview Drive. These are all locations down here in Tallapoosa County. You need to be in your safe place. I would put the tornado right there at Stillwaters, and then to the north of that's where we have the hail core, so that makes sense. Zooming out, should cross over 280, probably in the vicinity of Camp Hill. Dadeville, you're going to catch the hail core in this storm, and then the tornado portion of the storm probably crossing over 280 between Camp Hill and Waverly. If we're calling that your tornado right there. And if we draw that out, you can see it's going to be awfully close to Camp Hill. So 280 between Camp Hill and Waverly, you need to go to your safe place. If anybody knows anybody that lives down here in this area, call them now. Make sure they're aware of what's going on. Tell them to grab their smartphone and search for Dr. Don's Weather on Facebook or YouTube so they can watch this live street-level coverage of this possible tornado now near Stillwaters in Tallapoosa County. Let's go back. Yeah, there we go. That's the base velocity. Confirming that. And back to the reflectivity. And I'm going to zoom out for you. And I'm going to put this in motion. So there is your possible tornado right there. And it will cross over 280 between Dadeville and Waverly. The National Weather Service office out of Birmingham is continuing the tornado warning for Tallapoosa County until 11 p.m. At 10:30 p.m. That's a repeat, I believe. Yeah, let me see. Okay, that was someone asking a question over in the Peachtree City. Tornado warning has been canceled for Elmore County, so this is completely in Tallapoosa County now. And again, there's your polygon. Bama Park, you're in the clear. The tornado would be just east of Stillwaters now. Okay, here comes an update. Tornado warning continues for Tallapoosa County until 11. At 10:35, 1 minute ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Camp Hill, moving to the east at around 60 miles per hour. So they're already pushing this all the way up to Camp Hill. Yeah, okay. Let's go back over here and look at that on the base velocity. Polygon's not matching, but we are seeing some couplets right there at Camp Hill. So If you're in the Camp Hill area, you need to be in your safe place. This tornado crossing over 280, a possible tornado, I should say, crossing over 280 between Camp Hill and Waverly. If this storm stays together, if we continue the tornado warning, this likely would end up in the vicinity of Lynette, West Point, and Valley, but you're looking at 30 or 40 minutes from now. So we'll have to see if it stays together that well. Oh, they just canceled it. Let me read this to you. Hang on. Take a second for it to load. The tornado warning for southern Tallapoosa County has been canceled. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. All clear, Tallapoosa County. All clear. No question it's storming like crazy there between Dadeville and Camp Hill. But the tornado warning has been canceled by the National Weather Service. Very strong winds, gusty winds with some lightning, maybe even some hail crossing over 280 right there at Dadeville. But the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning, stating that the thunderstorm that prompted this warning has weakened enough to where they don't feel like we have a tornado threat at the moment with this storm. So there's good news. Heavy rain now in Auburn, and that stretches back down to Tuskegee. Let's zoom back out. We have that flash flood warning continuing now up here northern Chambers and southern Randolph. We have that hail core associated with the Dadeville storm that's moving over 280. That's going to end up over here in western Chambers County. Same areas that's been getting hammered all day long, about to get it again there in eastern Tallapoosa and western Chambers County. But the good news, we lost the tornado signature on that storm. Roanoke, you still are under a let's see here. Yes, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11:30 for southern Randolph, Macon, Tallapoosa, and Chambers County. About 4 minutes ago, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Dadeville to near Stillwaters to Liverpool, moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. So, yes, Randolph County, you continue under that severe thunderstorm warning. And what they're banking on here is this stuff around Dadeville continuing to move on off to the northeast and just barely clipping the southeastern corner of Randolph County. It may actually stay a little bit south of Roanoke, but we'll see. But the good news is we're not looking at tornadic weather here. We're looking at potentially some damaging straight line winds and maybe some hail. I got to be honest with you. I think it looks more like a Lafayette to 5 Points pass here. So I'm not really sure how much of that makes it up into the Roanoke area. We'll have to watch and see how this transpires over the next 10 minutes or so. That thing really, really ramped up when it moved into Tallapoosa County. I told you it was. And then they issued that tornado warning. But just about as quick as it ramped up, it fell back apart. From a tornado perspective, it's certainly still a strong thunderstorm. No, Chambers, you're not good. This thing's coming right at Chambers County. It's not a tornado, it's a severe thunderstorm. But Chambers County, down into Lee County, all the way up into southern Randolph County and eastern Tallapoosa County, continues under a severe thunderstorm warning. for this line of storms that's just passed through Dadeville, about to move into Chambers County. Mike's asking the question, could it ramp back up? It certainly could. That's why we got to pay attention to it. Nothing is coming out of Montgomery. This is the storm system that was in Montgomery earlier. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here around Tuskegee. That storm came through Montgomery, but that'll stay down here in south of I-85. Probably will make it across the southern portions of Lee County. If you're down here around Beauregard, you'll likely deal with this severe portion of the storm around Tuskegee right now. Alexander City, you're in good shape now that we have gotten this storm through Tallapoosa County. We'll look back over here toward the Mississippi state line, and there are more thunderstorms out there, no question. But at the moment, that stuff back over in West Alabama is not severe. Anna Cotney, you're 100% correct. Still got a lot of heavy rain up here in Randolph County, places like Woodland, Wedowee. Really a lot of heavy rain taking place. Even Roanoke's got some heavy rain right now. But this part of the storm that we're concerned about that has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning will stay south of Woodlands. Matter of fact, I think they just reshaped the severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe they took Randolph out of it. They did. So now they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Randolph County, and they continue the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers, Lee, Macon, and Tallapoosa. So now it looks like this severe thunderstorm is going to stay south of Roanoke. I told you I felt like that it would. Now the Weather Service is agreeing, and so they have canceled that portion of the warning up in Randolph County. The National Weather Service is extending. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for Carroll County, and they have extended the severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm watch for Heard County until 4 a.m. So the thunderstorm watch for Carroll County has been canceled. The severe thunderstorm watch for Heard County has been extended to 4 a.m. Eastern Time. And once again, the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Randolph County has been canceled. The flash flood warning for southern Randolph County continues. And now this severe thunderstorm warning is pretty much in effect for Chambers and Lee, and it's for two separate areas. We have that heavy portion of the storm moving into southwestern Chambers County out there on County Road on Highway 50, and it's going to move right up 50 toward Lafayette, so the same area is getting hit again. And then we have a secondary, stronger area down near Tuskegee. That is going to move up into western Lee County, probably near Auburn and to point south of Auburn, running right there along I-85. Is where the other heavy piece of that storm will move through Lee County. You folks over here in Lynette, West Point Valley, this is probably going to move directly over you. It's going to run right along Highway 50 across Chambers County. So you folks over here in West Point that got the tornado this morning, you have another wave of heavy weather coming your way. We've lost the tornado signature, and the hail signature is not that significant. We're probably looking, if I had to guess, I would say probably marble-sized hail in most of this. The main threat, though, is going to be some gusty straight-line winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, as this moves right out Highway 50 across Chambers County. Anywhere from Lafayette down to Oak Bowery, back over to Waverly. You're going to feel this gust front when it moves through. Eventually, it will make it over here into Lynette, West Point Valley areas of eastern Chambers County and western Troup County. Weather Service is telling us they're watching some broad rotation down in southern Montgomery County. That's way down here west of Union Springs. We could see a tornado warning coming down here south of Montgomery, but that would stay well south of most of our coverage area. So folks in Union Springs and Hurtsboro, you need to pay attention to this storm coming out of southeastern Montgomery County. We'll let this loop a couple of times so you can kind of see where the storm is moving. We have reports of numerous trees down around Prattville, back over in Autauga County when this gust front moved through the Prattville area. So I'll tell you, this still looks pretty significant coming into Chambers. Let me go back over to the base velocity. Yeah, no question. We have broad rotation taking place in this storm. It's very broad. It's not a tight couplet, so I'm not concerned about a tornado at the moment. But notice we had that rotation down around Bama Park, and then it just completely disappeared. After the storm crossed over 280, it started coming back. They dropped that tornado warning about the time it crossed 280. Now the rotation is coming back. It's not very tight, though. It's very broad. So we know we have a rotating thunderstorm coming into southwestern Chambers County. You are under a tornado watch, and you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So if I am in Marcoot, Lafayette, even down here around Waverly, Oak, Bowery, Casita, if I'm in Hughley, Lynette, West Point Valley, I'm really paying attention to this. This could be a situation where we could have a short-fused warning on this thing if it continues to intensify, or if that couplet tightens up as it moves on into Chambers County. Anywhere along Highway 50, you're getting some really gusty winds right now. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see some 50, 60 mile per hour wind gust. I mean, we're measuring some 60 mile, close to 60 mile an hour wind gust along this front, right there on Highway 50 as it's moving into Chambers County. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see 45 to 55 mile per hour wind gust going on right there. The Weather Service is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers, Lee, and Macon until 11:30. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County. They've also canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Randolph, as this storm is going to stay a little bit further south. It's taken on more of an eastern motion. When it originally formed, it was moving to the northeast. Now it's turned more to the east. So that's why southern Randolph and northern Chambers were both released from that severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go back to the reflectivity, and let's put it in motion again. It's right there at Lafayette now. From Buffalo down to Lafayette, down to Oak Bowery is where the heaviest part of this storm is. We're beginning to see more of an indication of hail, though I don't see I don't see any indication of any large hail. Probably marble to pea-sized hail moving into Lafayette at this hour. Comment there that it's not even raining in Roanoke anymore. There's some light showers around Roanoke, but no question. The heavy storm is down in Chambers County, not up there in Roanoke. Well, zoom out, you can see the backside of this stuff now moving into to Clay. Y'all got to forgive me here. This has been the longest period of time I have ever streamed in one day. Since we started doing all of this. And I got to tell you, I'm just about exhausted. We did 6 hours this morning. We did a couple of hours on and off throughout the day. We've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes now. So 11, 12, 13, almost 14 hours of coverage today. It's been a long one. But we see the backside of this wave now moving into Clay County. So you folks over here in Alexander City, you're in the clear. Sylacauga, you're in the clear. Talladega, you look good. Most of Clay is in the clear. Even though you have that flash flood watch down there, or flash flood warning in southern Randolph, most of Randolph County, just some light to moderate rain continuing. Tornado watch has been canceled now for Autauga, Chilton, Coosa, Elmore, and Marengo counties of Alabama. Repeating that once again, the tornado watch has been canceled for Autauga, Chilton, Coosa, Elmore, and Marengo. The watch does continue in Alabama for Barber, Bullock, Chambers, Dallas, Lee, Lowndes, Macon, Montgomery, Pike, Russell, and Tallapoosa County until 1 a.m. Be willing to bet that they release Tallapoosa County in just a few moments, as they've just released Coosa County, and that will clear off of the map here in the next 5 minutes or so. Now, looking back toward Mississippi, we still have storms out there, but you'll notice that none of these storms are severe. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a couple of special weather statements back down there around Thomasville. And back over toward Philadelphia, Mississippi, we have a special weather statement. But zooming out even further, no downstream warnings in Mississippi or southwest Alabama. Really, the only warning that we have at this hour is going to be for Chambers and Lee County, Alabama. And a little bit of Macon County. And that's going to be for this gust front that's moving through the area now. And I got to tell you, I'm seeing an uptick in the lightning up here on this Chambers County storm. Right there over Lafayette. I'm seeing an increase of lightning strikes. We're looking at about 50 strikes here in the last couple of minutes right across central Chambers County. Let me go back to the base velocity. Yeah, that's... let me change radars, too. That's getting real noisy down there. Let's go grab Peachtree City. It's probably going to crash the app. If it does, I'll have to reboot. And it did. So let's see if we can go. Yes, we can go over here and take a look at Radar Omega, which is quickly becoming a very popular option for me here. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to look at the velocity. And I want to look at it out of Atlanta. Well, actually, the Birmingham look was better. That's your line coming through Chambers right there. So basically, from Ward's Mill down to Highway 50, just east of Lafayette, down to Liberty Crossroads in Chambers County is where that gust front is right now. It doesn't look too significant right there. Let's go back to BMX. And go back into the storm. Yeah, that's very, very broad. I just don't see anything that's indicating any tornadic activity there. Let's go back to the reflectivity, and let's switch over to our 3D. And let's look at this thing from a different angle. Look at that. So there's your storms moving through East Alabama, moving through Chambers County. That's central Chambers County that stretches down into western Lee and then back off to the southeast. Southwest. Let's go back over on top of the storm. Very small area of hail taking place there. Let's go back over toward Rockford, Alabama, and look down to the backside of the storm. We rotate back over toward Birmingham, looking back down at the storm. And you can see right there on the very tip of that cloud base there, we have a little bitty purple. So that's where the hail would be falling out of your Chambers County storm. We rotate back around and, again, look at it from the south. Then we'll come over here into Troup County and look back at the storm. Give you a different perspective here. The Weather Service is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers County until 11 for Chambers and Lee until 11:30. The severe thunderstorm warning for Macon County has been canceled. Kind of a neat look there. I'm really beginning to like that radar perspective for sure. We'll get the WSV3 back up here for you. Switch back to Birmingham, see if it crashes again. Actually worked that time. Hoorah. All right, so back to our normal look, and we can see that the hail that's moving through Chambers County, again, pretty small, and it's out there on 50 now. And this storm doesn't look as significant as it did just a few moments ago. Valley, Lynette, here's some times for you. Hughley at about 4 minutes. Tillery Crossroads in about 5 minutes or so. Lynette at 11:06. Valley at 11:06. Shawmut around the same time. West Point at 12:07 Eastern. Bleecker around 11:07. Smith Station around 11:10. LaGrange about 12:17 Eastern time. Pine Mountain around 12:22 Eastern. Over toward Greenville by around 12:30 Eastern. That's the timing on this line of thunderstorms. And interesting enough, the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City has not issued anything for Troup or Harris County on this. So I'm beginning to wonder if they're going to maybe go with a special weather statement here. They have issued a flood warning for the Yellow Jacket Creek near Hogansville. But so far, no warning on this storm for Troup or Harris County. And I think if they were going to, they would likely have already pulled that trigger. We'll see. Zooming back out to kind of show you the overall picture, just rain up here in Randolph County. Some rain continues east of Ashland, up in Clay, southern Cleburne along I-20, Carroll County. Some heavy rain taking place there. Moderate to heavy rain in some locations. Most of Talladega County is rain-free. The central and southern sections of Clay County rain-free at the hour. Coosa County, for the most part, rain-free. Things are improving in Tallapoosa County. Notice that we do have some more thunderstorms here south of Birmingham. A little small area moving across Chilton County, about to move into Coosa. But south of Tuscaloosa also some thunderstorms there. All of this stuff is below severe limits. We don't even have special weather statements on any of those storms, so that's a good sign. We do have a special weather statement down here around Union Springs, just north of Union Springs, back up toward Tuskegee. All of this stuff will be moving into the Columbus, Phoenix City area here in the next 30 minutes. That line has already passed Auburn and Opelika. And the severe portion of the storm in Chambers County, crossing over the Chattahoochee, right across the Alabama-Georgia state line at this moment. The storm moving into Lynette Valley as it continues to move on off to the east. But again, the Weather Service out of Peachtree City is not issuing anything on this storm in Georgia. So that is a good sign that suggests they're not going to, because I believe they already would have. Okay, there it comes. Weather Service is having a little bit of an issue with some of their data. It's taking a few minutes for it to populate. So here we go. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Issued at 11:57, about 5 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm warning for Meriwether County in west central Georgia, Muskogee County in west central Georgia, Troup County, Talbot County, and Harris County until 1:15 a.m. Eastern. See, the problem we have here is it hasn't even populated over in the National Weather Service chat room, and that's where it's supposed to come up first. I noticed about an hour ago some of the Atlanta media was pointing out to Atlanta that their warnings were not populating in the chat room, and that's what I was looking at. There it is. It just finally showed up. So anyway, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for West Georgia as these storms move out of East Alabama into West Georgia. But again, folks, I'm telling you, I'm looking at this. There's some gusty winds right along this front, and there is some lightning coming out of Chambers County into Troup out there around West Point Lake. But there is not, at the moment at least, there's not a tornado threat with this. Just a lot of thunder and lightning and heavy rainfall and maybe some small hail right there along West Point Lake as this moves into West Georgia. All right, so Gina, no, that's not what happened this morning on West Point. You're saying that you didn't get a warning until it touched down. That's because that's when the warning was issued, when it touched down, because you didn't have a tornado until it touched down. Unfortunately, that tornado formed right on top of West Point. So by the time the warning was issued, the tornado was already causing damage. A lot of times a storm will form off to your west and you'll get a heads up warning. You know it's coming. But this storm formed right on top of West Point. So by the time it hit the ground, that's when the warning was issued. You can't really issue a warning before it's there. You don't know that it's going to develop. So that was just one of those cases where we had a very short-fused warning on that tornado this morning near West Point. It's unfortunate that it happened that way. But, I mean, they always start somewhere. And that's always the case where it first touches the ground. Folks wonder why they didn't get a warning before. Well, it wasn't a tornado before, so that's the way you kind of have to look at that. Once this line moves out of Chambers, how will it be? Well, for now, your severe threat has ended once this line gets completely out of Chambers. But notice we have more storms off to the west. Good news here is good news, bad news. Bad news is we have more storms. Good news is none of them are severe. And we're hoping that since the atmosphere has been raked over so much today across East Alabama, and because we're in the coolest part of the overnight hours, our hope is that none of this stuff goes severe. I mean, if we look all the way back into Mississippi, we have a couple of special weather statements, but we don't have a bunch of tornado warnings over here in Mississippi. And so that's a good thing. So I think once we get this completely out of Chambers, I think Chambers is going to be okay unless we see an uptick in those storms over in West Alabama. Hey, Glenn Morgan, thank you. Woodland, yeah, pretty much clear. You're not in the tornado watch anymore. And the last piece of severe energy or strong energy is clearing Chambers County, moving on over into Troup. So, I would say Woodland is in the clear for now. All of Randolph County pretty much in the clear. Let me look at that stuff right there in the extreme southeastern corner. Yeah, probably a little gusty right there. Rock Mills, Lime Community over toward Glen. That's the extreme northern reaches of this stuff pushing out of Chambers over into Troup. But I can give you, I know it's still raining pretty hard in Lynette and down in Valley. But for the most part, Valley, Lynette, West Point, you are in the clear now from the threat of severe weather. So we'll call it for Chambers County. I think it is safe for you to go to bed. And I would expect the tornado watch now to be cleared for Tallapoosa, and probably within the next 30 minutes, they will clear Chambers County, even though the last remaining piece of severe energy is all but cleared that extreme southeastern corner of Chambers County there beyond I-85. We do have a flash flood warning now for Coweta, Heard, Lamar, Meriwether, Pike, Spalding, and Troup, as well as Upson County in West Georgia. A lot of river flood warnings coming out as well. New mesoscale discussion. Right now, the best area for severe weather is going to be way over in East Georgia there from about Albany I'm sorry, Albany is in southwest Georgia. I'm tired now. I'm talking about near Lake Hartwell down to around Augusta, maybe just a little bit south of Augusta in Georgia, and then well over into South Carolina is where the best setup is for severe weather at this hour. So the severe weather threat shifting on over into East Georgia and South Carolina with the passage of each moment this evening, which is good news for East Alabama and West Georgia. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start the loop, and I'm going to let this work for a few minutes and let you guys watch all of this. I'm going to take another short break. Unless something changes over the course of the next 15 minutes, we're going to shut this down at 11:30 Central, 12:30 Eastern. That's our plan for the moment. So we'll give it another 10 to 15 minutes to kind of see how the storms over in West Alabama are going to act and to get this storm on through Troup County. And then once that happens, all the storms will be out of our coverage area, and we are going to put this to bed because the doctor's got to work tomorrow, and it's been a long weekend. I haven't had one, basically. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break. Ashland, Alabama's good. Nothing going on up there in Clay County at all. Will we be able to go to sleep in LaGrange? Yes. After this line of storms clears Troup County, you'll be clear to go to sleep. You're going to hear rumbles of thunder probably all night long. But the severe stuff, the severe threat, at least for now, is exiting East Alabama and West Georgia. As soon as we get this line out of Troup County, you'll be good to go to bed and go to sleep. So anyway, going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll continue this at least until the bottom of the hour, until we get that line of storms out of Troup County. So stay with us. Good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here. So I think we're about to wrap things up, at least for now anyway. It is 11:25 Central, 12:25 a.m. on the Eastern Time Zone as we head toward your Monday morning. Siobhan Thomas, thank you for your kind words. She says that today was her first time finding us here on social media and following our coverage of East Alabama and West Georgia. She says that she is truly thankful for our coverage today, especially our coverage for Troup County, Georgia. Thank you, Chiffon. We appreciate you and welcome to our family. We consider everyone who follows us here on Dr. Don's Weather as family, and we're here for you during times of severe weather. That's why we do what we do. Also a thanks coming there from Samantha Thompson. Thank you, Samantha. We appreciate you. Kevon Crenshaw, thank you for your kind words as well. All the folks who are posting and thanking us for our coverage today, we appreciate you guys because if you guys didn't follow us, there would be no reason for us to be here. Myrna Longshore, thank you for your kind words. Beth Ann Watley Watts, thank you. Kelly, thank you. Kelly's thanking us from Smith Station, Alabama. We appreciate you folks down there around Columbus. Daniel Brown, thank you, Daniel, for following us. Sandy Knight, thank you, Sandy. Jeannie Smith, also a first-time listener. We appreciate you. Lauren Atkins. Lauren says that her family down in Florida has been following us to keep up with what the weather was doing up there where she lives. And there's my buddy Cecilia Newman up there in Chambers County, Pennon, Alabama. Cecilia is one of our supporters here on Dr. Don's Weather, and we appreciate you, Miss Cecilia. We certainly do. Cassie Parker, thank you. Manchester, Georgia. Thank you, Ashley. Megan, thank you. And believe that's supposed to be Lafayette. Thank you, Sharon. It's always good to hear folks say that. And that's what we're here for. I know a lot of people have weather anxiety. And that's one of the things we do here is talk you through it. Weather has been going on since the light switch was turned on, and it'll still be going on when the light switch is turned off. It's part of life, and as long as you're prepared and you know what's going on around you, you are increasing your chances of surviving severe weather tenfold. And that's what we do. We bring you the information so you can make the right decisions and keep you and your family safe during times of severe weather. Situational awareness will keep you safe every single time. You just have to pay attention to what's going on around you. And here at Dr. Don's Weather, we give that to you for East Alabama and West Georgia, the information that you need during times of severe weather. There is a gap in media coverage there across East Alabama and West Georgia, and we can continue to provide that for you as long as you'll have us, as long as you guys support us, as long as you support our partners that you see here on Dr. Don's Weather. They will continue to support us along with your personal support. We can continue to do this. And again, I want to welcome a brand new partner we picked up today, Gray Hill Services, LLC, Mr. Anthony Arrington, who provides storm shelters, septic services, and trenching for all of East Alabama and West Georgia. Anthony specializes in storm shelters. So you guys can give him a call, and he can quote you a price on building a storm shelter for you. Those things are fiberglass now. You basically dig a big hole and you bury it. Then you have somewhere safe to go during times of severe weather. You can give Anthony a call at 256-610-4680. And don't forget about Joey Knight at Anchor Roofing. He covers all of East Alabama and West Georgia. A lot of folks had hail today. A lot of you are going to have roof damage. And Joey can come out and give you a free estimate. And here's the deal, folks. You don't want to wait until you start to see stains on your roof before you do something about it. If you had hail, odds are pretty good that your insurance will get you a new roof. But you got to get that estimate from Anchor Roofing. Give Joey a call at 706-326-2438. If you didn't get a chance to jot those numbers down, you can certainly send me a message on Messenger, and I'll pass those numbers along to you. If you want to get in touch with either of these guys, find out about those storm shelters and get your roof inspected, especially if you had hail today anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia. So let's kind of do a recap right quick, tell you where we're at and where I think we are going to go as we go throughout the remainder of the evening. We'll stop that radar loop, and I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can see the overall picture now. We're just looking at the Birmingham radar. So there are some storms over here in Georgia that you're not seeing, and there are some storms back over Mississippi that you're not seeing, but you get the gist of what the deal is. Most of the weather that was prompting the severe warnings has now moved on into West Georgia, and we've got that line of storms now out of Troup County on over into Meriwether. That's out of our coverage area. So as it stands at the moment, we have no severe warnings for any of our East Alabama or West Georgia counties. Now, we continue with a tornado watch probably for another 30 minutes or so for Tallapoosa and Chambers and Lee in East Alabama. And we continue with a severe thunderstorm watch for Heard, Troup, and Harris County of West Georgia. I would anticipate those counties in West Georgia to be released from the severe thunderstorm watch within the next hour. I would expect our East Alabama counties that are still covered by the tornado watch to be released within the next 30 minutes or so. Maybe with the exception of Lee County. It may take a little longer to get Lee County cleared. The Columbus area probably will take about another hour to get them cleared as well. But no severe weather taking place anywhere across East Alabama and West Georgia, with the exception of that flash flood warning, which stretches now from Chilton County, Alabama, all the way over into near Forsyth, Georgia, right along that area where we've seen storms train time after time after time throughout the last several hours. We've got some river flooding taking place in some of these locations. Yes, we still have some storms back over West Alabama, but they're not severe. At the moment, they seem to be behaving quite nicely, and we hope that that continues for the remainder of the evening. So, folks, we have been going now. Let me do some calculations right quick. We did 6 this morning. We've done 6 this time, so that's 12, a couple of hours during the day. We're going to call it 14 hours of live streaming coverage, starting at about 3 a.m. this morning. And continuing on and off throughout the day. And for the last 6 hours, we've been going live. So I think 14 hours in one 24-hour period is the longest live wall-to-wall coverage I've ever done for East Alabama and West Georgia. And that even goes back to my radio days before social media ever come along. I don't think I've ever done long-form coverage that's lasted this long. What a long day. Started with that tornado this morning that formed right on top of West Point, Georgia, and then moved over toward Pine Mountain. Lots of damage there in West Point, near West Point Motel there just north of downtown West Point on 29. Thoughts and prayers to you folks there in West Point as you didn't get to do a lot of cleanup today because of the ongoing weather. But you will get into that tomorrow. You're going to have a lot of volunteers show up down there to help you, and we wish you well. Godspeed to all the folks down there in West Point, Georgia, that had to deal with that tornado this morning. We had another scare about an hour or so ago. We had another tornado warning for Chambers County, Tallapoosa, and Chambers. But that storm dissipated before it made it over into Georgia because it was headed for the exact same areas. They were hit so hard this morning. So we're thankful that that storm did not produce any significant damage. It's been a wild day in the weather center. And so before I get out of here, I do want to look at one thing right quick, and that is the ongoing forecast. To be honest with you, I haven't even had a chance to look at the forecast. So for the remainder of tonight, showers and thunderstorms will continue. Near 100% chance of rain. Really don't anticipate any more severe weather tonight. On Monday, we're looking at a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly before 10 a.m., then we go cloudy through mid-morning. Maybe by noon, we start to see some breaks in the clouds. High temperature tomorrow around 77. Mostly clear Monday night down to around 50. We'll give you a 20% chance of a shower Tuesday morning with a high of 67 during the day on Tuesday. Then we're partly cloudy Tuesday night. We're sunny, 67 on Wednesday. We're sunny, 72 on Thursday. Partly sunny on Friday, 79. Then we'll bring back a chance of rain Friday night into Saturday, and then into Saturday night. Right now, that doesn't look very significant, but that's a long way off. So we'll have to fine-tune that. So after we get this stuff out of here tonight, and maybe up until around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we pretty much are going to be clear for the remainder of the week, which will give us a chance to dry out, give the folks down there in West Point a chance to clean up from this morning's storm. So the forecast moving forward looks pretty good for East Alabama and West Georgia. It's that time of year where we have severe weather. So do yourself and your family a favor. Purchase a NOAA weather radio. If you don't already have one, you need to do that. Set that thing up on your nightstand beside your bed so that if we have severe weather during the overnight hours, you'll have something that's going to wake you up. And follow Dr. Don's Weather on Facebook, and be sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click that little bell so you'll get the push notification when we go live for severe weather. And if you have the means, we ask that you consider supporting us here on Dr. Don's Weather. There's a link that's been scrolling throughout the night there in our chat room. If you can't find that link, you just message me on Messenger. I can tell you how you can support us. And if you own a business, if you're part of a civic organization, a county or municipal government, and you'd like to be a partner with us here on Dr. Don's Weather, such as our brand new partner, Gray Hill Services, LLC, Mr. Anthony Arrington, then all you have to do is send me a message on Messenger. He'll tell you. He messaged me. He made the purchase online. I put the graphics together for him, and within less than an hour, we had him going here on Dr. Don's Weather. You see his logo there in the left-hand corner of the screen. We can do the same thing for you. So get in touch with me on Messenger. I can send you our rate packages, and we can have you started here on Dr. Don's Weather. God bless you all. Thank you for joining me throughout the day. Thankfully, most of us made it through this without any significant damage. Again, remember our friends and family down in West Point, Georgia, all the way over to Pine Mountain, who are hurting this morning. this evening and this morning from that tornado that struck there this morning. Godspeed to each and every one of you, good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. You probably won't see a primetime weather forecast tomorrow morning, but I'll be back with you on Tuesday morning. And don't forget, you can catch my daily weather forecast over on God's Country and the classic, East Alabama's classic, Rock Giants. Good night, East Alabama and West Georgia.